Rajvi Institute of Technology, Udaipur is going to join shortly. Government Engineering College, Bikaner. Once again, I extend a happy welcome to all of you, the participants who have come from the northern region at the ETV studio. So, in the beginning, we'll show a video film regarding NISSSR objectives as well as activities by our institute. Thereafter, I'll give the brief introduction about the course, and then we'll go on with the various sections. I have already emailed the timetable of this and schedule of this course to all the coordinators at different nodal centers. So we'll just watch a video film regarding our institute. And thereafter, I'll request the coordinators after this video film to introduce themselves and discuss about their expectations about this course immediately after this video film. Thank you.
स्वायत्त संस्थान है। तकनीकी शिक्षा की सृष्टि में एक अद्भुत निर्माण चंडीगढ़ में स्थित राष्ट्रीय तकनीकी शिक्षक प्रशिक्षण एवं अनुसंधान संस्थान भारत सरकार के मानव संसाधन विकास मंत्रालय के द्वारा स्थापित एक महत्वपूर्ण स्वायत्त संस्थान है। देश की तकनीकी शिक्षा के क्षेत्र में अपने अद्भुत योगदान के कारण इस संस्थान ने राष्ट्रीय परिदृश्य में अपनी एक विशेष पहचान बनाई है। आज देश में नाइटर चंडीगढ़ का नाम उन महत्वपूर्ण संस्थाओं जैसे IISc, IITs, NITs के साथ लिया जाता है। सिटी ब्यूटीफुल के सेक्टर 26 में लगभग 17 एकड़ क्षेत्र में विस्तरित इसका कैंपस एक हरे भरे अलग वातावरण का एहसास दिलाता है, जिसे देखकर कोई भी बोल सकता है ये कैंपस महान है। दिन के उजाले की हलचल, रात का शांत वातावरण देखकर ऐसा प्रतीत होता है जैसे ये माता सरस्वती का निवास स्थल है, जहां ज्ञान रूपी झरने का स्रोत प्रवाहित होता है। यहाँ के अतिथि भवन और छात्रावास अतिथियों तथा विद्यार्थियों को अपनेपन का एहसास दिलाते हुए अपने घर से दूर एक आदर्श घर का माहौल प्रदान करते हैं। राष्ट्र में तकनीकी शिक्षा के क्षेत्र में अपनी भूमिका और योगदान के द्वारा तथा मंत्रालय के एक महत्वपूर्ण परामर्शदाता होने के नाते आज नाइटर चंडीगढ़ ट्रेंड सेटर के रूप में उभरा है। दिशा दिखाने वाली ICT द्वारा ट्रेनिंग प्रोग्राम आयोजित करके ये संस्थान शिक्षा के क्षेत्र में राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर एक अलग पहचान प्राप्त कर चुका है। वीडियो कॉन्फ्रेंसिंग एवं सोशल नेटवर्क्स की मदद से नाइटर चंडीगढ़ ने ICT द्वारा टेक्नोलॉजी एनेबल्ड लर्निंग की शुरुआत करके देश तथा विदेश में शिक्षा एवं प्रशिक्षण को एक नया स्वरूप देने का सामर्थ्य दिखाया है। जाने माने अध्यापकों तथा शिक्षाविदों को YouTube पर और ब्लॉग्स पर उपलब्ध कराने के कारण संस्थान ने अपनी एक अलग पहचान बनाई है। NCTEL जैसे ज्ञानकोश की स्थापना करके संस्थान ने टेक्निकल टीचर्स ट्रेनिंग के लिए डिजिटल लर्निंग के माध्यम से एक नए सवेरे का एहसास दिलाया है। ये प्रयास ज्ञानकोश के भंडार को देश और विदेश के कोने-कोने में पहुंचाने की दिशा में एक महत्वपूर्ण उपलब्धि है। अपने इनोवेटिव कार्यों, उदाहरणीय कार्यशैली और गुणात्मक योगदान के बलबूते पर ये संस्थान आज ISO 9001-2008 प्रमाण पत्र प्राप्त कर चुका है। संस्थान गर्व के साथ मॉड्यूलर ME प्रोग्राम के जन्मदाता का श्रेय भी लेता है। इसके फलस्वरूप तकनीकी शिक्षा का ये वटवृक्ष लगभग 570 ME छात्र एवं 70 PhD छात्र और प्रतिवर्ष 10,000 से अधिक शिक्षकों को प्रशिक्षण देने की क्षमता हासिल कर चुका है। संस्थान के 14 विभागों की फैकल्टी और स्टाफ अपने ज्ञान तथा कुशलता के कारण तकनीकी शिक्षा के विभिन्न क्षेत्रों में क्वालिटी एजुकेशन प्रदान करने में प्रयासरत है। सामुदायिक विकास और समाज को आवश्यकतानुसार मदद पहुंचाने में नाइटर चंडीगढ़ ने लीडिंग भूमिका निभाई है। संस्थान द्वारा आयोजित जॉब मेला जैसे कार्यक्रमों के माध्यम से ऐसे अनेक व्यक्तियों को विभिन्न औद्योगिक संस्थानों, संगठनों में काम मिला जो शारीरिक रूप से विभिन्न चुनौतियों का सामना कर रहे हैं। संस्थान शिक्षारत छात्रों के बहुमुखी विकास के लिए समय समय पर स्पोर्ट्स, कल्चरल एक्टिविटीज और रक्तदान शिविरों का आयोजन करता है। समय के साथ वृद्ध होना एक प्राकृतिक प्रक्रिया है, परंतु विकासशील होना अपने आप में एक अनोखा प्रयत्न है। नाइटर चंडीगढ़ ने हमेशा समय की आवश्यकताओं को ध्यान में रखकर अपने लक्ष्य तय किए हैं। समय की धारा में जब हम पीछे मुड़कर देखते हैं, तब हमें 1967 का वो दिन याद आता है जब ये संस्थान नीदरलैंड सरकार की सहायता से स्थापित हुआ था। तब से लेकर आज तक देश की तकनीकी शिक्षा की योजनाओं और उनके क्रियान्वयन में इस संस्थान द्वारा महत्वपूर्ण योगदान का प्रतिबिंब दिखाई देता है। देश के लिए तकनीकी मैन पावर बनाने में इस संस्थान ने एक इंक्यूबेशन सेंटर की भूमिका अदा की है। आज के विश्व स्तरीय बदलाव को मद्देनजर रखते हुए नाइटर चंडीगढ़ समय के साथ और भी ऊंचाइयों को छूने के लिए प्रयासरत है। स्किल ट्रेनिंग, ICT इन टीचिंग लर्निंग जैसे कार्यक्रमों के माध्यम से नाइटर चंडीगढ़ विश्व स्तर में एक इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ एक्सीलेंस के रूप में उभर कर आना चाहता है। इस प्रयास को मद्देनजर रखते हुए संस्थान ने हाल ही में देश के कुछ नामी संस्थानों के साथ समझौता पत्र पर हस्ताक्षर किए हैं।
पिछले 40 वर्ष के नाइटर चंडीगढ़ के इतिहास में जो इस संस्थान ने स्वर्णिम पथ स्थापित किया है, हमें आशा ही नहीं पूर्ण विश्वास है कि वो एक पथ आने वाले वर्षों में भी जारी रहेगा। यहाँ पे जो शिक्षक प्रशिक्षण लेने आता है, खान की सोच है कि वो सिर्फ तकनीकी रूप से ही सक्षम नहीं हो, उसका संपूर्ण विकास हो, संपूर्ण उसमें विश्वास जागृत हो और वो पूरे देश के जो इस क्षेत्र के छात्र हैं उनको एक नई दिशा दे। इस नई दिशा से उनकी एम्प्लॉयबिलिटी बढ़े, उनका कॉन्फिडेंस लेवल बढ़े और समाज में उनकी उपयोगिता सबसे ज्यादा हो। शिक्षकों की पूरे देश में कमी को देखते संस्थान ने जो पुराने अपने प्रशिक्षण के तरीके थे उनमें अमूलचूल परिवर्तन किया है और उस अमूलचूल परिवर्तन में सबसे ज्यादा उपयोग आईसीटी का किया है और इस आईसीटी के माध्यम से एक साथ हम पूरे भारत को या विश्व को जोड़ने में सक्षम हो रहे हैं। एक ही प्रशिक्षण के दौरान हजारों शिक्षकों को हम जोड़ पा रहे हैं, चाहे वो उनके ओरिएंटेशन का क्षेत्र हो। बहुत ही सफल प्रयास इस संस्थान ने किया है। जो शिक्षकों की कमी बार बार देश में दिखाई दे रही है, छात्रों की क्वालिटी पे जो विपरीत प्रभाव इससे पड़ रहा है, हम आशा करते हैं कि जो प्रयास नीट चंडीगढ़ कर रहा है वह कमी आने वाले समय में इतनी अधिक, जिस गति से हम अग्रसर हैं, हम नए विषय भी जोड़ रहे हैं, उन विषयों के हिसाब से छात्रों को, स्टाफ को, शिक्षकों को तैयार कर पा रहे हैं। उन नए विषयों में नई नई बुक्स भी जो है प्रकाशित कर रहे हैं। संपूर्ण भारत के अंदर एक जो बड़ी कमी दिखाई देती है, हमारा जो युवा है वो हाथ से काम करने में कम सक्षम है। उस कमी को पूरा करने के लिए स्टेट ऑफ आर्ट वर्कशॉप बनाए जा रहे हैं। वोकेशनल एजुकेशन पे बहुत ज्यादा ध्यान दिया जा रहा है। मानव संसाधन विकास विभाग जो है करीब 50 करोड़ इस तरह के छात्रों को प्रशिक्षण देने के लिए आतुर है, जिसमें नीट चंडीगढ़ का योगदान महत्वपूर्ण होगा, ऐसा हमारा शिक्षकों का, हमारे साथियों का सोचना है। हम लोग विभिन्न प्रकार उच्च कोटि की तकनीकों को प्रशिक्षण में जोड़कर हमारे छात्रों की एम्प्लॉयबिलिटी बढ़ाने का जो प्रयास कर रहे हैं, हमारे शिक्षकों को लेबोरेटरी में एक महत्वपूर्ण योगदान देने के लिए प्रोत्साहित कर रहे हैं। ये अपने आप में एक महत्वपूर्ण योगदान है संस्थान का। और आने वाले समय में लगातार जो वोकेशनल एजुकेशन, जो कंप्यूटर आधारित एजुकेशन, जो सॉफ्टवेयर डेवलपमेंट संबंधित एजुकेशन और जो ऊर्जा के क्षेत्र में कमी है, इन क्षेत्रों में भी अंतर्राष्ट्रीय स्तर के सेंटर यहाँ पे स्थापित कर और अच्छी मैन पावर भारत देश के लिए तैयार होगी, ऐसा इस संस्थान का सोचना है। और इस संस्थान का भविष्य उज्जवल हो, इसके लिए संपूर्ण प्रयास किए जा रहे हैं। मानव संसाधन विकास विभाग अधिक से अधिक धन इस संस्थान को उपलब्ध करा रहा है और हम गौरवान्वित हैं इसके इतिहास पे और संपूर्ण रूप से आशा करते हैं कि जो इसका स्वर्णिम इतिहास है वो आने वाले समय में बार बार दोहराया जाए।
Good morning, everyone, once again. This is Sani, participants at our ETV studios, and other participants at various nodal centers of this training program. I once again welcome you all in this 1 week ICT-based training program on renewable energy based technologies, which is going to be commencing from till 29th. As you know that renewable is very essential and important part of the process, and more the special importance due to the depletion of the fossil fuel and pollution being created by it. Keeping into view this importance, this course has been planned. And now, before going further and discussing about the schedule of the program, I'll request Professor Sani to say a few words on this.
It's working. It's working. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome you all to this 1 week program on renewable energy based technology. So, this program is being offered through ICT, and there are almost half a dozen centers connected at different places. Uh, we have Vidya Bhavan Polytechnic at Udaipur, so they have got connected for the conduct of this program. Then the other other college is Marudhar Engineering College. It's near Bikaner. The third institution is College of Engineering and Technology Bikaner, and the fourth one is Geetanjali Institute of Technology Udaipur. We okay, Government Engineering College at Bikaner is also connected for the purpose of this program, and this program is being coordinated by my colleague Professor Mrs. Dr. Poonam Seal. So she will let you know the technicalities of the program. I want to share with you some of the concern which we usually come across in the process of conduct of ICT based program. In the month of June and July, the Department of Rural Development offered two programs, and these two programs were pertaining to implementation of National Skill Qualification Framework and the Community College Scheme. So when we conducted these programs, so we offered this program online through ICT mode. So in the process of conducting these programs, we came across a large number of problems, and some of those problems which we were faced with, I suppose those problems at least should not be encountered in the conduct. So I would like to share with you what were the concerns which we noticed. Number one, what I found, there was a problem with regard to the connectivity, and maybe the institution where the program was being received, those institutions didn't have as good connectivity as usually NITER has, and at times we were going offline and we were getting disconnected. I also observed another thing. At times, we were asking some question to the participants, and in some of the institutions, they were listening us properly. In other institutions, we found again because of connectivity problems, so they were faced with some problem, and they were unable to understand because of either problem pertaining to video or any problem pertaining to audio. So I hope to some extent things would have improved at different institutions. So that was the second problem. The third major problem which I noticed was with regard to the punctuality and attendance. You see, when in this institute, when we get this thing list of participants for different courses, particularly the courses conducted through ICT, so we get long lists, uh, and usually the number varies somewhere between 20 to 50. But what we see usually here sitting in NITER Chandigarh, when we try to assess the number of persons at different centers connected for the purpose of program, we do not really find that much of number of people sitting over there. And people keep on coming, people keep on going. So this amounts to somewhat deterioration in quality, and people do not really benefit the extent to which they should benefit. So my request to all of you would be, let us try to take these programs seriously, and let's try to benefit from these programs. Let's try to attend all sessions. Now leaving the sessions in between and then again joining after some time. So let's not take this program in a casual manner. So these programs should ultimately become as good as the contact mode program. So that would be my request to all of you. And I have also seen another thing. There's very little interaction taking place from different centers. At times we keep on provoking the participant. We request them to put relevant question to the speaker, and when speaker doesn't get many questions, so naturally speaker also feels somewhat discouraged. So my request to all of you would be, let us try to uh, extract as much as we can from different speakers, and I'm sure Mrs. Yal would have tried to get the best of the speakers, pertaining to this program. So, but then speaker would be helpless if you do not put the relevant questions. So please do put questions as and when required. Uh, you can ask the question in between during the sessions, or you can also keep on accumulating your question, and when the session is about to conclude, so you can ask the question then. So the program need to be taken seriously, and punctuality need to be maintained. If there is no punctuality, no discipline, then naturally the quality of the program would go down. So let's try to make this program a good program, and the timetable, etc. Mrs. Shal will let you know what all we are going to cover in this program. So I will now request my colleague, Mrs. Dr. Syal, to please go ahead with the program, and let's get started now. So you may like to brief them about what all inputs are you going to provide. So thank you very much, and I'm sure it's going to be a good program. But the effectiveness would all depend upon the extent to which you are going to get involved in this program. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Sani. And as he has rightly said, now it depends upon the active participation of the participants from the various centers, which will indicate the success of this program. I'll just highlight the major aspects related to this program. Since this course has been kept by keeping into mind that energy is crucial input for development process, and as Indian economy is growing, and thereby the demand of energy is also increasing, and we know that the annual average growth rate of the total energy requirement is expected to increase, and it is going to be increased by around 5.7% per year in the 12th plan and 5.4% per year in 13th plan. The total installed generation capacity in our country, including the renewable energy sources, is around 211 gigawatt, in which share of renewable energy is around 12%, of the order of 26 gigawatt. Although energy capacity is being added every year, but according to national statistics, still our country faces acute shortage of energy, and it, it amounts to around 9%, and the peak shortage is of the order of 10.6%. And the main cause is the rise in population as well as improvement in the quality of life. Although much efforts have been done to add our energy resource in our grid, but still around 35,000 of our villages are unelectrified, and 31.4 households in the urban areas as well as 43.2 rural households are yet to be electrified. And moreover, our country is heavily dependent on the conventional energy sources, around around 70% of these energy resources are being met through imports in the form of crude oil and natural gas. Another aspect is that these conventional fossil fuels, they create pollution and adversely affect our ecological balance also, and human life also. Therefore, to meet the challenge and for the sustainable development, we require to tap the renewable energy sources. So thereby, this course has been planned, and we have tried to touch upon the various renewable energy sources which are very significant in coming times. Today, in the morning session, we are going to have a talk of renewable energy sources for sustainable development. As you might have got the copy of the timetable, Dr. M.P. Punya, our worthy director, was supposed to deliver this talk today, but due to some urgent meeting, he is not available today. But he is going to join us after 2 days. So he'll going to deliver this talk and overview on the renewable energy sources in the first session, as well as regarding solar thermal energy. It will be taken up by me. Another session, next session is going to be taken up by an expert, Dr. A.K. Kohli. It is on the mitigation of energy poverty through renewable energy. Tomorrow, an expert is Engineer A.S. Karan. He is going to come from Bangalore, and he is going to speak upon the wind power and wind turbines, as well as wind power development in India and its challenges. He has got a rich experience, and he is presently advisor in a Danish company, DEIF, and he has done the work at the grassroots level, that is installation of various aerogenerators, as well as repair, maintenance. He has also taken up work with regard to that, and technically also he has done a lot of work, and he's a man of international repute. Thereafter, Dr. A.K. Kohli, he is also auditor, energy auditor, as well as he has done a lot of work in sustainable development. He is going to talk about the carbon intensity and clean energy technologies. Day after tomorrow, a session will be taken up on solar thermal based technologies. Our colleague, engineer Shimi herself, she is assistant professor in electrical engineering department. She is going to highlight about the basic aspects of solar PV system and its applications. The engineer Neeraj Bahl, who is manager in company, and he has worked for around 10 years in solar photovoltaic cell and module manufacturing technology. He is going to highlight the various aspects related to it. On Thursday, Engineer MP Singh, he is Joint Director in Punjab Energy Development Agency, who has done a commendable work in the area of renewable energy resources and also have been given the national award in this field for their work. He is going to talk about the renewable energy power projects in the Punjab. Biomass utilization, this session will be taken up by me. After that, Engineer Kulbir Singh, Senior Manager in Punjab Energy Development Agency, who is working with the hydro plant for the last 15 years, he is going to talk about the micro hydro plant and the various technical issues regarding it. On Friday, the topic will be dealt is renewable energy certificate mechanism. My engineer MP Singh, joint director from PETA, who are also looking after this particular important aspect. Thereafter, Dr. Rohit Sharma, he is working in Punjab University, and he has done a lot of research work in the biofuels. He has also got the patents in his name with regard to biofuels. He'll be talking about the green fuel, that is aspects and potential of biofuels. And thereafter, after lunch we'll have a course validation. So this is in a nutshell the important topics that will be covered during this 5 days training program. And now I request the coordinators of various centers kindly introduce yourself so that we get uh, information about the number of participants also. And if you have called any chief guest, we'll request him to kindly give the inaugural address at your institute also. So we request our center, that is Vidya Bhavan Polytechnic College, Udaipur.
Yes, ma'am.
I'll request the course coordinator to kindly introduce and also tell us your expectations regarding this course.
Hello. Hello.
Yes, please go ahead. We are listening to you.
We are from Vidyavan Polytechnic, Udaipur. My name is Dr. Deepak Gupta. We are around 25 participants. We are from neighborhood from Chittor also, and we are expected to join. Today is Udaipur Bandh, so we are expecting few candidates to join in few hours. So thank you, Dr. Punya, to give us chance to attend this very valuable program.
Let us first of all try to find out how is the quality of audio video at your end. What you are speaking from there, we are unable to follow because of
Okay.
some problem.
Okay. So, we are
Are
not
you receiving the audio and video quality in a good manner?
very clearly, we are able to
Very
hear
clear.
everyone.
Okay. So, how many participants are there?
25.
25. Maybe others are yet to join, but from here we can see hardly half a dozen persons sitting right now. So, my request to all of you, please ask your all participants to be present
Please,
and to attend all the sessions.
just please,
Okay.
you are coming in front of camera, you can see
Okay.
the
Okay.
oval shaped seminar hall, so we are able to cover only one side. Can somebody rotate the camera so
Okay. At times, maybe we may like to rotate the camera so that people
try to
sitting
keep
here, they
the
can know all are attending the program. Very good, very good.
So today is Udaipur one. That's why we are
Somebody invited as chief guest at your center.
we are
There
unable.
is somebody who is invited as chief guest, and we would like to listen to his or her views before we formally get into the program.
If not, we are not able to do so. There was some all due to the Udaipur Bandh, we are not able to. Then all Bandh areas transport facility is not available in Udaipur for today. So that's a problem.
Okay, we can understand your problem. So hope you will overcome this program in next 2 days.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. We move to the next center. Marudhar Engineering College. We would like to speak to the coordinator, Marudhar Engineering College. We want to know who is coordinating the program, and if you have invited any speaker, person to inaugurate the program. So we want to interact with that person.
Hello, I'm Dr. Hafiz Zahir, principal of this college. I am the chief guest at this moment, and we are having about 40 delegates to attend this
I request you to kindly focus the camera on the speaker. The person who is addressing the gathering, please focus the camera on that expert.
आएगा सर आपकी फोटो आ रही है ना इधर दिख रही है सर नीचे वाले में देखो
Good morning.
I am Dr. Hafiz Zahir, principal of this college. I am inaugurating this concern. We are thankful to NIT for conducting such a nice program that is renewable energy, which is very important topic as today. And about 40 delegates of our institute will be attending this course, and I hope that the delegates will get a lot of benefit out of this. Thank you once again. I am thankful to the organizer of NIT.
श्रीजू सर, सॉरी टू इंटरप्ट यू. आप थोड़ा सिस्टम के पास आ जाएंगे तो आपकी आवाज़ ज़्यादा क्लियर आएगी. इज अ रिक्वेस्ट कि थोड़ा सा आगे आप आ जाएंगे सिस्टम के पास. आपकी आवाज़ यहाँ तक क्लियर नहीं आ रही. आप बताओ
सर. आप सिस्टम के पास आके बात करके हेलो सर, आप ना लैपटॉप के पास आके एड्रेस कर.
सर आपका जो माइक पकड़े हैं वो माइक काम नहीं कर रहा है. जो एक्सटर्नल माइक आपका पास है वो काम नहीं कर रहा है. इसमें कंप्यूटर का पास जो लैपटॉप लगा है, लैपटॉप का पास आके बात कीजिए क्योंकि उसका इंटरनल माइक में हम सुन रहे हैं. हाँ सर बोलिए. सर ये नहीं सुनाई दे रहा है सर. हम लोगों को नहीं सुनाई दे रहा है. आपका टेक्निकल स्टाफ को थोड़ा दीजिए, हम बात कर रहे हैं उनसे. एक्सटर्नल माइक देखिए. सर आपका इंटरनल माइक यूज कीजिए. जो लैपटॉप में एक माइक होता है, आप लैपटॉप का सामने अगर आके बात करेंगे तो हम सुन पाएंगे. आपको जो एक्सटर्नल दिया गया है वो सुनता नहीं है. जो आप पकड़े हैं वो एक्सटर्नल है.
लैपटॉप में जो इनबिल्ट माइक है उसका अगर इस्तेमाल करेंगे तो बेहतर होगा. ये दिक्कत
ये सर मधुकर
मरुधर
इंजीनियरिंग
इंजीनियर.
वॉइस क्लियर नहीं है सर आपकी.
अच्छा, आप बताइएगा, आपको हमारी आवाज इधर से ऑडियो वीडियो क्लियरली आ रहा है? How is the quality of audio and video at your end? Hmm. अभी तो वो better है. Okay, Marudhar Engineering College will come to you little later. So we would like to now speak to somebody at College of Engineering and Technology at Bikaner. College of Engineering and Technology at Bikaner. So how is the quality of audio and video at your end?
So the quality is okay.
Okay. Now we are also listening your voice very clearly here in Nighter Chandigarh. So have
Okay.
you invited somebody as chief guest for the inaugural session?
We have our principal, Dr. S.K. Bansal, as the chief guest for that.
So maybe you can request Dr. S.K. Bansal to address all of us at different centers and people here at Nighter Chandigarh. So he may like to speak for 2-3 minutes.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning everybody. Are you listening me, sir?
Anji, please.
Good morning to everybody.
Good morning, good morning. Please go ahead.
Yeah, all the participants are welcome in this STC on renewable energy based techniques. I am sure that all the people will be benefited by different types of techniques available for this renewable energy based, and I am sure my faculty members and nearby college faculty members will benefited by this, and I wish all the best for this STC. Thank you.
How many participants you have at your center?
I think 30 participants are there.
30 participants. Good.
Yeah.
Good.
And Dr. Vikas Valla is the local coordinator for that program.
Okay, okay. Kindly request your all participants to maintain punctuality and regularity.
Yeah, I'm sure the people will be regularly attend this program.
Okay.
Thank you.
Government Engineering College at Bikaner. Yes, Government Engineering College Bikaner. Good number of participants there. So, how is the reception of the program at your college?
It's fine, sir. Very good morning to you, sir.
Very good morning.
So, we have around 40 participants here, and they are keenly interested in joining this program. So, I hope that this program will be truly beneficial for the faculties and other who are interested. We will dissipate the material to the students also. We are planning to do this, so I hope this will be good.
Very good. Very good.
So.
Yes, the Gitanjali Institute of Technology, Udaipur. Can we speak to the coordinator at Gitanjali Institute of Technology at Udaipur?
Hello.
Yes, good
Hello.
morning.
Yeah, good morning, sir.
Program. Please.
Yeah, good morning, sir. I am Vishnu Agrawal from that Department of Mechanical Engineering. I am heading the Department of Mechanical here. I am the local coordinator here.
Okay.
So it's a very beneficial.
How many participants are likely to attend this program?
So we have 25 participants.
Okay. All from your college, or are there some person from outstation?
Sir, 2-3 members from outside college, not out station, from other college in our Udaipur.
Okay, thank you very much. Next.
Yeah.
Can we go back to Marudhar Engineering College once again? Let's see the status of connectivity over there. Hello. Good morning.
I am Dr. Institute and here to inaugurate this program. I am thankful to academically for arranging such a nice program. We are talking of renewable energy. And we are having around 40 participants to arrange for this course. And once again, I thank and Shukriya for arranging this program. Thank you very much, sir.
तो अभी
Again got disconnected. किसी भी सेंटर से कोई और कोई प्रश्न हो इससे पहले कि मिसेस श्याल अपना लेक्चर शुरू करें, तो किसी का कोई प्रश्न हो तो बताइएगा, नहीं तो फिर शुरू करवाते हैं सेशन।
So thank you so much to all the coordinators and all the participants at the various nodal centers who are attending this 1 week training program on renewable energy based technologies, and all the participants who have come from the various engineering colleges and polytechnics at our ETV studio in our institute also. And now we'll have a break for 20 minutes, and thereafter we'll start the next session. So now we are having a tea break. So please don't disconnect and please come in time. Thank you so much. हाँ
गुरु गोविंद सिंह नहीं, हाँ, गुरु गोविंद सिंह जी ने कहा हुआ कि एक उसके जो पांच 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 प्यारे हैं तो कितनी कितनी होगी? बैक साइड में देखना चाहिए। सवा छह लाख सेना होगी उसकी, पर प्यारे ही बहुत है।
देखिए म्यूट वाले तो आवाज आएगी, म्यूट वाले पे वो क्रॉस हटा के देखो। ये हटना भी सही है ना। सब सही है इससे एक बार बोला तो अरे वो थोड़ी करेगा, वो कहता है यहीं तो यहीं से थोड़ी वहाँ देखो। इसमें लगे ऊपर लगा जी, कोई नहीं तो क्या हुआ, तेरी आवाज आएगी भाई का, तू बोलेगा बस तेरी जाएगी और किसी ने सामने लिख रहा है कि तो देखो क्या पता सही सामने लिखी तो आवाज आ रही है, सामने वाली की आवाज आ ही रही है, तेरे को कैसे आएगी उसकी? आ ही रही है ना उसकी, और उसकी कैसे आएगी तेरे को? आ जाएगी तो आ जाएगी, ठीक से बात इससे कर रहा मैं दूर कौन बोल रहा है, कहते यार आवाज तो से बात नहीं सब सही था। इसके बारे में लगाओ यार, उसमें लगाओ तो सही कहा, नहीं लगाना उस पर नीचा स्पीकर भी है, नीचा में से आवाज आएगी, नीचा में से आवाज आएगी। कैमरा किससे लगाते हैं? इसके अंदर होती है वो सब, समझ गए क्या? इस कैमरे में वो सिस्टम होता है कि कैमरा अपने आप ये सही है क्या, सही है और ये क्यों है करिए सबसे माइक क्या है आगे दे रखा है, एक बार चेक करके देख लेते हैं, थोड़ी एक मिनट देख लेता हूँ, एक चेक करके देखना आगे उनसे बात करके देखो, बात आ रही है आवाज आ रही है क्या? इसको कहाँ लगाएगा इसको, कहाँ लगाएगा इसको ये बता, चल लगाएगा कहाँ लगाएगा, कहाँ लगाएगा? अरे इससे कुछ नहीं होती है, तुम बहस कर रहे हो भाई, तुम कह रही मैंने मानते नहीं है, ये वाईफाई इसलिए कैमरे से, कैमरे में सब कुछ होता है पता है, ये कैमरा अटैच हो जाता है उससे, एक बार चेक करके देख लो, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है, उनसे बात नंबर जिससे बात कर तू ही रहे बाहर निकलना होता है। सर आप यहाँ पे यहाँ पड़ेगा वेबकैम के आगे आवाज उस दिन आप वेबकैम के आगे मेरे को ये खाली कर वेबकैम के आगे अपने कैमरे के आगे वो यही कह रहा था कि आप कैमरे के आगे कुछ सेंस के रेंज पकड़ना नहीं नजदीक से पकड़ेगा फिर आएगा खत्म हुई बात नहीं बात तो खत्म हुई सर लाइव तो चले गए लाइव चलेगा बात चलेगा ठीक है बात तो वो चलेगा लेक्चर चलेंगे सर लेकिन आप तो बोल सकते हो ना कि आगे आगे बोलोगे उनको आवाज आएगी तो आपसे शुक्रवार को बोलना है अभी सर वो माइक के आगे सर वो ग्रीन के बाद ग्रीन वाली लाइट जो आती है ना वो ब्लिंक नहीं होती वो ब्लिंक कहाँ से अपने उसके आगे नहीं कैमरे में आपकी फोटो तो आएगी सर फोटो तो कैमरे की रेंज 5 मेगापिक्सल है लेकिन ऑडियो की आवाज नहीं ऑडियो वाली आवाज कम होती है ये सोच रहा था कि कैमरे के आगे बैठ आवाज रहेगी, ये तो अपने लिए है, ये माइक तो अपने लिए होगा। लीडिंग
और फिर के लेक्चर चालू हो जाएंगे।
कैमरे वाला बड़ा कैमरे वाली वायर बड़ी रहती है, बड़ी लाइन वहाँ तक आ जाएगी, छोटी जो है
हार्डवेयर के लगा सकते हैं इनके पास अवेयरनेस
कॉलेज की इधर वाले मरू वहाँ के और भी हैं जो ये बढ़ा देंगे
No. Okay, so we
थोड़ा इसको हिलाते हैं वैसा है ना, इसको तो कर सकते हैं चेंज ना। हो गई कनेक्ट तो स्टार्ट कर दो। So, good afternoon, good morning, everyone. I am going to speak on renewable energy and sustainable development, and some of the major aspects I'll discussing about it in this session. And since Dr. Punya, he has told me that he's going to join after 2 days. So the session which I am taking on solar thermal technologies, that also I'll try to club in another sessions so that he can also share his valuable expertise as well as his knowledge in this regard. So I'll just highlight the overview of various renewable energy technologies and what is the requirement of it. We all know that energy is a crucial input in the process of development, whether it is economic, social, or industrial development, and it is of vital importance in the context of every sphere of development. And this energy, it can be extracted from the various sources of energy. It can be from the bioenergy, human energy, mechanical, kinetic, animal, and or it may be classified on the basis of nature, quality, marketability, and storing capacity. Basically, it can also be divided into renewable and non-renewable energy sources. Energy sources like firewood, agriculture waste, solar energy, and wind energy, they are inexhaustible in character. They can be renewed and replenished, and therefore they are commonly known as renewable sources of energy. But there's energy sources like coal, oil, and other fossil fuels. They are limited in nature, and they will be exhausted within prescribed period of time, say coming 50 or maximum to the 100 years. Like coal, they are saying there is some storage of coal is available, but with regards to oil and gas, the amount which is available to us is quite less, which is very difficult to meet our future energy demands for more than 40 to 50 years. And because we are using greatly such type of fuels, that is fossil fuels, and it is resulting in energy crisis, and then this supply, it cannot be adjusted according to the increase in demand. And as we know that energy demand is increasing day by day because there is a rise in the population. So more number of persons means more energy is required to meet their demand. And also the living standard of our people is also rising. Like suppose previously we have been washing the clothes by hands, but now we are using uh, machine washing machine and fully automatic washing machine. So as our income level rises, we use more automated appliances, and thereby we increase our energy consumption. And but what the present status is that still more than 80%, that is 82% of the energy demand, is met by the fossil fuels. And we know the fossil fuels like coal and oil and gas, how they have been produced. They have been produced thousands of years ago, and actually there was a natural agitation, and due to the disturbance or various ecological disturbance and geothermal conditions, they were embedded in the core of the earth. And because of the high temperature and pressure, the reaction took place, and these vegetation was converted into coal, oil, or gas depending upon the different conditions. And that, you can say, type of fixed deposit is there, which we have been consuming since last so many years. And this deposit has decreased because our energy consumption has increased. And that is also indicated by the cost of the fuel, the rising cost of the fuel. You see, every year there is a hike in the cost of the petrol, diesel, or our gas. That is because of this only. Because it is, we have got a very limited quantity of these resources, whereas our consumption of these resources are increasing. And the around 18% of the energy demand is being met at present by the biomass, that is wood, cow dung waste, and also through the hydro, that is water power. Water is, as you know, is converted, the potential energy of water is converted into the kinetic energy, and thereby our electricity is generated. So as compared to our fossil fuel, the renewable share, uh, sources of energy share to meet our energy demand is quite less. And as I've just discussed with you, that per capita energy consumption is directly related to per capita income. And it is the record says, as per the data collected, that 50% of our more persons in the developed countries, they consume much more resources of energy as compared to the persons who are residing in the developing or underdeveloped country, which is the data is also shown here. That for example, a USA, which is a developed nation with 7% of the world's population, consumes 32% of the world's energy, and which India, which is having abundant India contributes. And another aspect related to the our fossil fuel is generation of pollution. So, as we know that the global warming and greenhouse effect and acid rain, this all has been due to the pollution created by consumption of the fossil fuel. For example, we have seen various type of changes in our climate for the past so many years, and during this year also we are seeing that, like our, for example, in our city, Chandigarh, today only it came in the newspaper that we have just received 11% of the rainfall. मतलब अभी भी we are deficient of around 90% of the rainfall in our city. And same is the case with other nearby states also, as we have just seen. We are reading in the newspaper also and discussing with our friends over also over across India that this time the monsoon, it has not been so good, and thereby it is adversely affecting our this food production also, and which we are going to see in the rising prices in the coming days. Chirapunji, which was known as the world wettest place, is now not known as so. It is drying up and having a lesser rainfall. This is also because of the change in the climatic condition due to pollution. And another adverse effect is that we are having the receding of glaciers, right? That, for example, The Gangotri Glacier, which feeds 3/4 of the water of Ganges, it is receding at the order of around 35 meter per year. And this is also a great matter of concern. Another climate change is that we are having more span of hot and humid season. जैसे आजकल भी आप देख रहे हो ह्यूमिडिटी ज़्यादा है और जो गर्म टेम्परेचर है वो ज़्यादा है. So we are getting lot of heat stress, and which is this environment is also conducive for the mosquitoes and other such type of problem. That is why we are having dengue, malaria and diarrhea, which is leading to 150,000 deaths every year in our developing countries. And it is predicted that it is going to double as the mercury will rise further. So waterborne diseases, heat stress and mosquito, these all cause lot of problems to human life, and that the major concern is due to the adverse climatic condition. Another effect of the water of this pollution is the our reduction in the this these glaciers, as well as also the problem is that sea level is rising. So because of that, during last 15 to 20 years, the land in Odisha, the sea has encroached 25 kilometers of land because of the rise in the sea level. And it is also predicted that in the coming years, if this phenomenon goes on, most of our coastal area will be underwater, and this will cause the problem of residents of the people who are living in the coastal region in our country and other countries also. So this is another, you can say, the problem which we are facing and which is going to increase if we don't arrest our pollution, which is being caused due to the usage of fossil fuels. Now, if we see the world's consumption of the various resources and also the, the consumption of fossil fuel as well as renewable energy, the world's poorest, that is 20% of the countries, they consume just 1.5% of the fuels. And world richest, that is 20% of the total world population, they consume 76.6% of the energy. And world middle with 60%, they consume 21.9% of the energy sources. And it has been indicated that the pollution is 50%, which is generated by the world richest, that is 20% of the population. So as we grow rich, we create more pollution, which is very much damaging. And it is not good for our sustainable development also. Now, when we see the present scenario of our country with regard to the energy is that we have a total installed capacity of the order of 2,29,200 and around 252 megawatt, where the coal generated power accounts for 58.84%, that is of the order of 1,35,000 approximately megawatt generation. Gas accounts for around 9% of the power generation, that is it gives 20,380 megawatts. Diesel we use, which generates 1199 megawatts of energy, that is 0.52%, and the total thermal generated by these fossil fuels is 1,56,469. That is around 68% of the power generation is due to fossil fuel consumption. When we see the other fuels which are being used to generate the power, nuclear plays a role of 2%, that is 4,780 megawatts are generated by usage of the nuclear power. Through water, that is hydro, we generate 17.36% of our power, which accounts for 9,818 megawatts. And renewable energy, that is biomass and etc., it accounts for 12.29% of the power generation, which also is of the order of 28,184 megawatts. So this is the energy scenario with respect to our country. And when it comes to consumption of this electricity which is generated, then the distribution is that the major player in this field which consumes this energy is industry, which consumes this power at the rate of 45%. Agriculture, as you know, water pumping is one of the major this thing related issue which consumes energy. And these days also you are might be observing that in the fields, since the rainfall is not there, so a lot of water pumping is taking place, thereby even our groundwater level is also depleting, which will cause another uh, problem for us as well as for coming generation also. For agriculture operation, we consume 17.30% of electricity. For our domestic consumption, 22% of electricity is being used. For commercial establishment, around 9% of energy in form of electricity is being used. Traction and railways consume 1.85% of energy, and others consume 5.03% of energy. Excuse me, ये slides Then, as per census 2011, we have still large population which is residing in our villages. That is, in the rural areas, the population is 68.4%, and in urban areas, the population is of the order of 31.6%. And still, the major fuel which is used in the rural areas is fuel wood. That is 59% of the people, which also is in numbers, we can say around 714 million people, they still use fuel wood for the cooking. And the problem is, then they collect fuel wood for cooking, then they forego the other productive activities during this time. And moreover, when they cook food on the fuel wood, then lot of smoke is generated, and which is very much hazardous to our health. So this also is another problem, that is health issue due to the smoke in the kitchen. And although a lot of efforts have been made, and you have just seen the generation of electricity in our country, still only 55.3% of the rural and 92.7% of the urban areas have access to electricity. So we can say that still a lot of people do not have access to electricity in rural areas, as well as some persons in the urban areas also. And in amount of numbers, we have 382 million persons without electricity in our rural areas. And when we see to other fuels which are available to rural areas, it is LPG. LPG access is just 15.5% in the rural areas. That is only 132.5 million of persons who are residing in the villages, they have access to LPG, while 722.5 millions do not have access to cooking gas. And when we see this consumption pattern, and then we also have another picture of our country, that India has to import 75% of oil and 22% of coal to meet our requirement. Although India has a large quantity of coal, but it is not having a good quality, it's not of a good grade. So we have to import the coal to generate our electricity. So again, we are dependent on another countries to meet our energy demands. Around 57% of our electricity generation is through thermal power plants, and which either use bad quality of coal or imported coal only. And when it comes to efficiency of our power generation, it is also quite low when we compare to another countries. That is, the India's energy intensity is 3.7 times of Japan, 1.55 times of USA, 1.47 times of Asia, and 1.5 times of the world average. This ratio for the developed countries is less than 1. Thereby, it indicates that high energy efficiency. High energy intensity, it points to energy wastage in our economy. Energy demand growth rate is projected at 5.7% per year, and this is going to increase and be worsened with our vulnerability to external price shocks and also the supply fluctuation, which we see generally, like there is a war going on and in the Gulf countries, and which affects our cost of the oil barrels across the world, and then this also affects our economy. And another picture is regarding the electricity that I have also discussed in the morning, that still around 35,000 villages are without electricity, and that also this number is indicated when there is a parameter for indicating that a village is electrified is that the number of household in the particular village which are electrified, it should be just 10%. एक विलेज में सिर्फ 10% के घरों में भी अगर इलेक्ट्रिसिटी पहुंच जाएगी तो उसको हम कहते हैं कि विलेजेस इलेक्ट्रिफाइड है. Then this is the figure which is being indicated, and also in that other is that electricity is also provided to the public places like schools, panchayat office, health centers, dispensaries and community centers. These major nodal centers, they are also given provides the electricity, and just 10% of the household in a village, when they are provided electricity, then it is indicated that the village is electrified. So you can just imagine that even the villages are electrified, still so many households are still without power till today in our country. In our country, the per capita energy consumption is of the order of 6,490 kilowatt hours. The population growth and high standard of living, it is the main cause of the shortage of energy, and the shortage is of the order of 9%, and the peak shortage is of the order of 10.6%. And we have just discussed that these fossil fuels, it is having a limited reserves, and they are very much polluting, which is really something to be considered when we talk about the energy consumption through various energy sources. Now, the main gas which is there, which contributes to this pollution, is the carbon dioxide. It is it has in the past 100 years, the concentration of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, it has increased by 25% because of the pollution through vehicles, through industries, through power generation. Now, due to this pollution, it is also affecting our water, the quality of water. The global consumption of fresh water is doubling every 20 years. And on the other hand, when we see the potable water, that is the water which is fit for drinking in our country, it is just 0.62% in our world. This is the only water which is available which is fit for the human consumption. And this water is also being contaminated. The Earth's forest, freshwater, and marine environments have reduced by 30% in 30 years. When the we are damaging our ecology, then our species are also being uh, getting extinct. And it has been indicated that 25% of our species have become extinct during the past around 40 to 50 years because of this rise in pollution. And energy demand, and thereby the pollutions or the greenhouse gas emissions, which are the greenhouse gases like carbon dioxide, methane, nitrous oxide, which create pollution, and it basically it do not allows the thermal radiation to pass through it, right? Either it absorbs or it reflects back to our earth. The primary greenhouse gases in the Earth's atmosphere are carbon dioxide, methane, nitrous oxide, chlorofluorocarbon, and ozone. When we discuss about the global warming potential, then we compare it with the carbon dioxide as a major constituent gas. We compare it with that, and it has been estimated that the carbon dioxide remains in the atmosphere for the 100 years. Once we pollute our environment with the carbon dioxide, it will produce a harmful effect for the human and other vegetation for 100 years. This is the life of this. And other greenhouse gases, their warming potential is relative to the carbon dioxide. This is indicated in this slide. If the relative our global warming potential of carbon dioxide for 100 years is 1, then the methane, the problem which it creates is of the order of 25. And nitrous oxide, its damaging is of the order of 298. Per fluorocarbon, per fluorocarbons, its effect is 7400 to 12,200 as compared to carbon dioxide. Hydrofluorocarbons are also damaging of the order of 120 to 14,800, and sulfur hexafluoride also cause problems of the order of 22,800 when compared to the carbon dioxide over estimated lifespan of 100 years. And carbon dioxide, as I have discussed with you, it resides in the atmosphere for the 100 years. Methane has a lower lifetime in the atmosphere once it is there. It is 12 years. Nitrous oxide, however, has a longer span in the atmosphere, that is of the order of 120 years. And halocarbons are can sustain in our environment from several weeks up to 50,000 years. So the longer they will stay, the more harm they are going to create. When we see the greenhouse emissions by the sectors, then industrial process and power stations, they are major contributors of the pollution. Power station, they cause the pollution of the order of 21.3%. Industrial processes, it causes the pollution of 16.8%. Transportation fuels, it also causes the harmful effects of the gases of the order of 14%. Waste disposal and treatment, land use and biomass burning, they contribute of the order of 14%. Like our manure fertilizer application, they also produce lot of pollution. The residential, commercial and other resources produces the pollution of 10.3%, and fossil fuel retrieval, processing and distribution causes the pollution to the extent of 11.3%. And this shows the global warming. That is basically the greenhouse gases, they are just lying on the atmosphere of our earth. Then when it allows all the solar radiation to pass through it, solar radiation is basically we receive is in the form of majority in the form of visible range as well as in the thermal range, infrared range, and it allows all the this radiation to pass through it. But once it 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 is received on our earth, then all some of these radiation is absorbed, some is reflected back into atmosphere. But the greenhouse gases, it do not allow the thermal radiation to pass through it. It then re radiates back the radiation to our earth atmosphere, thereby increasing the temperature of our mother earth and creating problem for us. In the last 100 years, the earth warmed up by around 1 degree Celsius, and that has resulted in the environment degradation, acid rain formation, and global warming, among other things. And threats which we face due to environmental pollution, I have just discussed with you. Coastal inundation due to rising sea levels and erosion, that is, we are losing our coastal land because of the rise in the sea level. As you know that as the temperature increases or the water heats up, its volume increases. So it is coming on the surface of this thing. Another thing is when glaciers are receding, glaciers, that is our ice is turning into the water, then again the sea level is increasing. Then we are having increased frequency of severe storms, droughts, heat waves and hurricanes, which we have seen recently, also tsunami, which we have seen lot of problem. कितनी इसने प्रॉब्लम क्रिएट करी थी जापान में और तबाही मचा दी थी. And lot of droughts and even storms which we have seen in the might have read in the newspaper. In USA it has come recently, and even UK also the weather has, even pattern has also changed. Then there is retreat of glaciers and ice caps, which I've discussed with you. Like even the major ice caps and glaciers, they are receding at a very fast rate. That is that is indicated by the recent data, which shows that glaciers in Ladakh account for 30% Kashmir land area. It is fast retreating, and our glaciers, they cover 38,000 square kilometer of Himalayas, and they account for 800 cubic kilometer of the water annually. they are receding at the rate of 25 meters per year. And then what is happening to that? Rivers are going to flood up, and when the this glacier will be just having a lesser quantity of ice in them, then ultimately we are not going to have a flowing rivers. The rivers will be dried up, and thereby more problem will be created. And due to greenhouse gases, even our ozone layer is also depleting, and thereby it allows the ultraviolet rays to pass through it, which is causing a lot of damage to our skin and eyes. So that is another issue which is of great concern. Then contaminated water supply, altered crop pattern, which you have seen due to the different climate change, desertification and famine, that is also increasing, and increased diseases that I have just told you how the dengue fever and yellow fever has increased because the span of our rainfall is decreasing, and even the and hot and humid climate weather conditions are increasing, which is conducive for the mosquito growth. Then for the sustainable development, the United Nations has indicated three components, that is economic development, social development and environmental protection. All these components are interdependent and they are mutually reinforced. So there is very much important is that even if economic and social development is taking place, we have to keep in mind the protection of our environment and ecology. So the main objective is that we should see that we should reduce our emission, and there the one of the solution is that we should go in for the renewable energy sources. Another is that we should reduce the pollution. For example, you can see that in 1 kilowatt hour of electricity generated at the thermal power station, it emits 3000 kilocalories of waste heat. And when we talk about the greenhouse gases, it creates a lot of waste gases also. 1 kg of carbon dioxide, it generates zero point 0.6 kg of nitrous oxide, 0.09 kg of carbon monoxide, 0.007 kg of sulfur dioxide, and it also generates flash ash of the order of 0.201 kg. So much harmful products are being generated when we are producing electricity to meet our energy demands. Another thing is the cost of these plants. 1 megawatt of power plant, its cost is near about 4.5 to 5 crores. Another cost is rupees 2 crore for transmission and distribution systems. And the time taken to install the power plant is 5 years. To set up the transmission line, it takes another 1 year. And but if we plan to conserve energy, that is not to waste the energy, it will take 1 month. And to promote the energy conservation, it takes 1 hour, but to save the energy, it takes only 1 second. So some of the remedies which are suggested to meet this challenge are we should discourage the use of coal and fossil fuel. Less consumption of petrol should be there. Use of renewable energy sources like energy from the sun, solar energy, energy from the wind, energy from the mass of the earth, that is thermal, geothermal power, etc., should be encouraged. Then protection of forest. It has been indicated that due to deforestation, that is cutting of trees on the earth, 25% of the pollution has been created. Because these plants and our trees, they are very good carbon dioxide absorbers. So when we when we go in for deforestation, we are creating more pollution. So plant more trees. Then slowing down the population growth, we all know more population means more energy consumption. And then we should not waste energy, we should conserve energy. And we also should phase out chlorofluorocarbons. At home also, at the individual level, we can contribute to the energy savings. Like we can use less electricity, that is using the electricity whenever it is required. We should not leave open all the appliances or our lights and fans or ACs in the room when we are going out. Should keep into the mind to switching them off whenever we are not here. Then insulating windows, doors and electrical outlets, especially in the winters, it also reduces the energy consumption. When we use compact fluorescent light bulb, they are 75 more percent more efficient than our conventional bulbs. Then, if we turn the air conditioning thermostat up by 1.5 degrees Celsius, it reduces about 1 ton of carbon dioxide per year. Right. So generally, what I have observed is that in the rooms, generally people go in for 20 to 22 degrees Celsius or 23 degrees Celsius of temperature uh, settings when they are using the ACs. So if they can just keep this setting at around say 26 or 27 degree, then it is definitely going to help in reducing the greenhouse gas emission, and also it will reduce the energy consumption. And using the fuel efficient vehicles and using the public transport, using cycle, for example bicycle, then recycling and reusing the glass, aluminium, steel and other materials. Another steps which we can take is that when we cook on flame in our on our gas LPG, it can save around 10% of the energy. If we set our monitor of our PC to switch off automatically after 5 minutes and CPU after 1 hour of continuous idle time, it will also save energy. We should not use TV remote to switch off the TV. On standby, TV consumes 6 watts of power. Like this habit can also be changed. Then if we keep our refrigerator door open for more than 1 minute, the internal temperature of the refrigerator increases by 4 degrees. So what will happen? Again, it will cause the refrigerator to run for a longer time and consume more energy. So it should also be minimized. And another thing is that the filter of the air conditioner, it also need to be cleaned every year. It will also help to reduce the energy consumption in our ACs. एंड व्हेन वी सी कि हमने चलो 0 वाट का बल्ब लगाया है, हमारा नहीं कंजम्पशन इज नॉट देयर, बट इट इज नॉट सो. 0 वाट जो लैंप है, इट कंज्यूम्स 12 to 15 watts. Whereas अगर हम LED यूज करेंगे तो इट जस्ट कंज्यूम 0.5 watts. And so we should avoid using 0 watt thinking that it is not consuming any power, and we are just keeping it on for a longer duration. So this also should be kept into mind when we are using such type of our appliances or the thing to meet our energy demand. Then greening the environment is another important, you can say, solution to the problem. Planting and nurturing vegetation and trees as they are natural carbon dioxide absorber. Then we should adopt the crops which use less water. Like nowadays, what farmers are doing, they are generally going into the cycle of wheat and rice. And we know that rice, how much water it consumes when it is growing. So the time has come that at least now we should wake up and make the farmers aware that we should go for alternate crops or for the variety of you can say rice which are consuming less water. Otherwise, then again water pumping takes place when rainfall is not there, and we are going to face water shortage or contaminated water in the coming time, which is going to create another problem for us. Minimize the use of chemical fertilizer and pesticide in our garden and in our farm. These also create a lot of pollution. First is when we produce this in the industry, then also power is consumed, again pollution is created. Second is when we use fertilizer in the fields, then these also create the pollution. Then we have to opt for eco-friendly biofertilizer and biopesticides like vermiculture is there. Then cow dung, this manure is production, is also produced by other methods. This should be promoted. It is very good for the health of our soil also. Another thing which we can do is do not waste paper while writing. We have to use both sides of paper and recycle it. It reduces 2.5 kg of greenhouse gases per kilogram of paper used. So the renewable energy sources which can be used to meet our energy demand is energy from the sun, that is solar energy from the biomass which is replenished automatically every time, that is vegetation or the this animal waste, or this is also part of biomass. Then mini hydro are the small hydro plants. Wind energy is a energy which is that is air in the motion. because of the different thermal gradient on the surface of the earth. Then geothermal energy is energy which is embedded in the mass of our earth, and ocean energy is energy which is available in our ocean. Now, out of all these resources, the first four resources, that is solar, biomass, mini hydro, and wind energy, has been exploited commercially. It is available to us. But geothermal and ocean energy, the work is being done to exploit it further. It is not yet commercially exploited, although some plants have been installed to meet our energy demands in these particular type of energy resources also. But still, work is required to exploit it to further to make it more feasible. Now, solar energy is one of the energy which gives the maximum amount of energy to meet our energy demand. It gives us 1,000 times more energy what we need today. Generally, we get the solar energy in the form of electromagnetic waves. Their wavelength ranges from zero point 0.2 to 4 micrometers. Although 35% of the sun's energy is reflected back into space and 18% is absorbed by atmosphere, but still on an average, our country receives 4.5 to 7 kilowatt hour per meter square of solar energy. And when uh, we make it equivalent to the coal reserves, it is equivalent to 20 times the world's total coal reserves. This is the large amount of energy which we receive, and we are using this energy in the form of thermal, that is, the heat of the sun is being used and converted for our usage, for heating water, for cooking our food, for drying the agricultural produce, and for distilling the water, etc. Another a parameter of sun energy which is used is the photovoltaic. That is the photons which is present in the light of the sun. They are converted into DC electricity through a solar cell or solar module, and thereby we can generate energy to meet our energy demand through solar photovoltaic lantern, through pump or solar light. Basically, solar thermal, it describes the technologies that use the heat of the sun for heating purpose or producing of the electricity power. The heart of any solar system, thermal system, is basically flat plate collector, especially the solar water heating system. Where it is blackened, dull black painted, the flat plate collector, and it has got also the insulation, that is glass wool or rock wool, which is present at the sides and the bottom of the flat plate collector to retain the heat within the enclosure. And on the top of the flat plate collector, we have a glazing in the form of toughened glass. It doesn't allow the heat wave radiation to pass through it. Just like our greenhouse gases acts in the atmosphere, in the same way the toughened glass acts on the flat plate collector. And we have a small pipes in within the on the collector which carries water and which are heated up because of the sun rays. Now, what does the glazing do? That is the upper part of the solar water heater of the flat plate collector. The collector, it is covered with a sheet of the glass to trap the heat within the collector, similar to the function of the glass in a greenhouse. Here, what is the beauty of the glass is that it allows all the radiation, that is short wavelength radiation from the sun, to pass through it. But when it touches the blackened surface on the absorber, then all this is converted into thermal radiation, infrared long wave radiation, they are converted. Then what is happening is the glass has a property not to reflect it further. So whenever these radiation it touches the glass, it again re-radiates that radiation, that is reflect back long wave radiation within that enclosure, thereby increasing the temperature in the chamber, and this heat is also transmitted to the water in the water carrying pipes, and thereby our water is heated up. So solar water heater, basically it consists of a blackened copper sheets to the back, which is attached copper pipeline, a transparent cover, mainly toughened glass. It is placed above the absorber to reduce the heat losses due to radiation and also because of the wind flowing over the absorber. And the absorber is insulated at the back and sides to reduce the heat losses. It also contains a storage tank where hot water is stored, and this storage tank is also insulated, and it creates a piping for the flow of the water. Another application of solar thermal is the solar cooker. In the solar cooker, we can boil, bake, roast, and it is very good for the domestic use. Here, the nutrients are preserved because slow cooking takes place, and it is convenient to use for cooking of the food for 4 to 5%. Here also the absorber sheet, it is blackened. It is made up of aluminium, and containers also are blackened, dull black in color. And when the sun rays fall on it, the heat is trapped inside, and since it is covered with the glass, and thereby it generates the enough heating for the cooking of food, but it is a slow process. Uh, the dish type solar cooker is another technology which is available so that we can trap the heat of the sun to cook our food. Basically, it is made up of anodized aluminium sheets, and it is hemispherical in shape. It has a aperture diameter of 1.4 meter, and it has a focal length of 0.28 meters. But the thing is that tracking of the cooker is required, and it has to be done manually after every 15 to 20 minutes. And the temperature received, which is actually what happens is when all the sun rays come, it is focused into the focal point of the solar this dish type solar cooker, which thereby results in the high temperature of the order of 350 to 400 degrees Celsius. And this temperature is sufficient for roasting, frying, and boiling. Here it can boil 2 to 3 liters of water in half an hour. Another application of solar thermal is the solar still. Basically, it is a device which desalinates the impure water like brackish or saline water. It is here the phenomenon is also same, and it is used in the industries for industrial processes, hospitals, and dispensaries for sterilization. It is also used in garages and automobile workshop for radiator and battery maintenance. This cross line diagram shows the cross section of the solar distiller still. That is, it allows the glass is there on the top layer. It allows all the solar energy to pass through it. Contaminated water, a layer of contaminated water is at the bottom of this solar still. Now, due to the heat energy which is created because of the sun energy, this water is evaporated, and when it touches the glass, then it is since the temperature of glass is lesser than the inside temperature, these water vapors are condensed and converted into water droplets. Now, due to the slope of this glass, these droplets, they just go down and are collected as a purified water at the order of 2.5 to 3 liter per day per meter square area in this solar still. Another application is the photovoltaic energy, which is the conversion of sunlight into electricity through PV cell, commonly known as solar cell. Generally, these are made up from the silicon alloys. They basically create the electricity by use of the photovoltaic effect and produce the DC electricity. And one solar cell accounts for zero point 0.4 volts, and module has the 36 cells. And due to series parallel arrangement, we get the output on the form of 16 volts and 1.88 amperes with 30 peak watt capacity. And the application of solar photovoltaic is solar lantern, where we have a solar module which absorbs the solar energy and converts it into DC electricity, which is stored in the battery, which is at the lower end of the solar lantern. And we have a battery of the order of 12 volts, a rating of 12 volts and 32 ampere hour. And we have either CFL of 5 to 7 watts and 12 volts, or we can go for LEDs also. The LEDs are having the lesser cost, and they need a lesser this module capacity also as compared to CFL. Another application is solar home lighting. Solar street light is another application where we have, although the size of the battery is large, and solar module which used is also of the order of 74 watts. Since the light we need is for around 7 to 8 hours, that is throughout the night we have to have the street light. So we also have a charge controller cum inverter and a sensor which senses whether the sunlight is there or not, and accordingly it automatically switches off the CFL of 11 watts during the night. Then solar photovoltaic pump is another application where here 1800 watt solar panel is used, which has 24 numbers of solar panels with 75 watt each, and it can run 2 horsepower centrifugal DC monoblock or AC submersible with inverter. And the average delivery of this solar pump is around 1.40 lakh liters per day for a suction head of 6 meters and dynamic head of 10 meters. Another application is the biomass. Biomass is basically organic matter which is produced by the plants and derivatives. It is like our wood also is a type of biomass. It includes the forest crops and residues, crops and animal manures. And biomass is also known as a renewable source of energy because it renews itself and adds to itself every year. An estimated potential production of 350 million tons of agriculture waste every year is there in our country, and the potential is 19,500 megawatt of this source in our country. Biomass is available either in the form of wood or agriculture residue, or in the non-traditional form. It can be like partial combustion to produce biomass gasification, to produce the producer gas, or fermentation of biomass is without oxygen is done to obtain the gaseous fuel that is known as biogas. The biomass is converted to get the energy in two forms. One is thermochemical conversion. Here the biomass is heated with limited oxygen to produce low heating value gas. And biochemical conversion is when the anaerobic, that is in the absence of air, we have digestion and fermentation of the biomass at the low temperature, where the gas generated is biogas, which has methane as one of the major constituents of 55 to 65% and carbon dioxide of the order of 30 to 40%. This biomass can be used through gasifiers. Basically, gasifier is a reactor which converts the biomass into clean gaseous fuel by heating the biomass in limited oxygen, where the solid biomass breaks down to form a flammable gas called producer gas. And it consists of carbon monoxide, hydrogen, carbon dioxide, methane, and nitrogen. This producer gas, it can be fed into the diesel engine to let the engine operate in the dual fuel mode, and thereby reducing the diesel consumption by more than 70%. This gas can also be directly burned in a furnace, and it can also be used in a suitable burner as a fuel for heating. Basically, any combustible woody material moisture content of less than 20% is suitable for to be burnt in the gasifier, like firewood, coconut shell, cornflower stem, sawdust, rice husk, cotton stalks. And using the gasifier, 1 liter of oil can be saved through use of either 3.5 to 4 kg of wood or up to 5 kg of rice husk. And the payback periods are just 2000 to 5000 hours of operation. Generally, these can be used in the textile mills, dyeing and processing units, foundries, tea factories, oil rice mills, etc. It can also be used for heating in tea, coffee drying and processing units, food processing, tile making, rubber and oil processing units, cooking, etc. And this is very much suitable for the electrification of rural and remote areas which are still not having electricity. And certain NGOs are also coming up and doing a very good role in this particular case. It is also suitable for irrigation pumping. Another uh, Another conversion of biomass to meet our energy demand is the production of biogas. Here the main constituent of the biogas is methane and carbon dioxide, and certain impurities in small quantities are also present like hydrogen, hydrogen sulfide and nitrogen. In addition to the biogas, which is very good for cooking, we also have a very good slurry, or you can say fertilizer, biofertilizer through the biogas plant. Here, this is known as digested slurry. We just put the cow dung in a closed chamber which is airtight, and in the absence of air, it gets fermented or digested in certain span of time, say 30 to 40 days. And when this cow dung gets fermented or digested, biogas is produced. And in addition to biomass, we get a very good manure also. This farmyard manure is very rich in the contents of nutrients like nitrogen, phosphorus, and potash, and also rich in the micronutrients. Like it is the quantity of these particular nutrients are almost doubled as compared to our farmyard manure. Now, these biogas can be produced by various waste materials like excreta of cattle, piggery waste, poultry droppings, algae, crop residues, paper waste, human waste, and garbage kitchen waste. And these biogas plants are of two types. One is a floating gas holder, and another is mixed fixed dome type. The KVIC model is a floating gas holder type of model, which is quite successful. Only thing is this is how it looks like. It has a gas holder that is black in color, and registered is at the bottom of this, where the fermentation of the cow dung takes place. We put equal quantity of water and cow dung in it, and let it remain there for around 30 to 40 days, depending upon the climatic condition of a particular region. So because of the microbacteria which is already present in the cow dung, it starts fermenting, and we get a gas which is very good for cooking in our household. It can be connected in our kitchen, and we also get the digested slurry, which is very good manure. The problem with that particular model is that the cost is high. So another model has come that is known as Green Bundu type of biogas plant, which is hemispherical in nature, as you can just see. It is having a lesser cost as compared to KVIC model. So that is quite successful and being adopted in various rural areas to meet their energy demand, especially for the cooking. Also, it can be used for running the dual fuel engine as well as for meeting the light demands also. The potential of biogas is such that 1 cubic meter of the biogas is equivalent to 0.52 liter of of diesel, 0.62 liters of kerosene, 3.50 kg of wood, 12.30 kg of kettle dung cake, 0.43 kg of LPG, and 1.46 kg of coal. Here the retention time, that is the time for which the cow dung has to remain there to produce a sufficient quantity of biogas so as to get, after getting the fully digested, it depends upon the area where we are putting over the biogas plant. In coastal areas like in Karnataka, in Maharashtra, in Goa, in Tamil Nadu, it takes around 30 days for the biogas to for getting produced. It takes 40 days in the moderate climate zone like in Haryana, Punjab, Madhya Pradesh, Bihar to get the biogas. While in hilly areas like in our Uttarakhand hills or Kashmir region in the hilly areas, it takes more time, 55 days to get the biogas. Because the fermentation of this powder, it depends upon the temperature. The optimum temperature to get the biogas is 35 degrees. But as the temperature goes down, the biogas production also slows. The quantity of biogas required for various purposes that is as shown in the slide. That is for the cooking, we have per person per day we require 0.24 cubic meter. For lighting lamp of 100 candle power, we require 0.13 cubic meter per hour. But lighting of lamp, it is not efficient this as compared to our other application for the biogas plant. So this is not being used very much. For running the dual fuel engine, that is, it replaces 70 to 80% of diesel oil per horsepower. We require 0.50 cubic meter per hour of biogas. For getting the electricity to generator by using the biomass of 1 kilowatt hour, we require 0.21 cubic meter of biogas. Another resource of renewable energy which is very much successful and commercially quite profitable is the mini hydro plant. Generally, the plants up to 1 megawatt capacity comes under this mini hydro plant, and it do not cause any deforestation or submergence of of land and person and other vegetation as when we compare to the our larger, bigger hydel plants. एक चेयर निकाल लेंगे. And it has a short gestation period, and it does not cause any resettlement problems. It eliminates the long transmission system, and also it uh, provides a decentralized energy generation, which is suitable, very much suitable for the remote and hilly areas. And we can generate the hydel energy for the heads even below 3 meters, and water discharge is from 55 to 80 cubic meter per second. Uh, Micro hydro generally we classified that up to 100 kilowatt plant capacity, it is known as micro hydro plant. Mini hydro ranges from more than 100 to 2000 kilowatt, while small hydro is up to 25,000 kilowatt plant capacity. And there is a lot of potential of small hydro power in India, which is about 15,000 megawatt. Generally, for low head and large projects, we use the horizontal Kaplan type of turbines, while for high head and low water flow projects, belt and wheel turbines are being used. And typically, 1 megawatt of plant, the investment required is of the order of 6 crores per megawatt, where the average power generation is 30 lakh units per year, and the time for gestation is 2 years, and the payback period for the same is just 4 to 5 years, when the rate is 2.80 per unit. Another resource of renewable energy which is very much used worldwide, and India is also quite going high in using the wind energy to meet our energy demand, is the wind power. Basically, all energy sources, renewable energy sources, they are directly or indirectly due to the energy from the sun. And wind energy is also due to that only. Out of the total solar energy which is available, around 1% of that energy from the sun is converted into the wind energy. Basically, wind energy is results from the differential heating of the land as well as its atmosphere by the sun. Because the sun heats the different parts of earth at different rates, and the air circulates from the cold to warm areas, thereby producing winds. So this wind energy, it can be converted to mechanical or electrical energy. Our country has a large wind energy potential of the order of 45,000 megawatt. The minimum wind velocity required for power generation is 2.5 meters per second, and the maximum could be 30 meters per second. We are manufacturing large range of wind turbines of the order of 250 kilowatt to 1650 kilowatt systems, and these are being exported also. The rate of power generation depends upon the air density, direction of wind, wind speed, number of blades, etc. And energy generated from 1 megawatt turbine could be of the about 28 to 30 lakhs units per year. Windmill is another application of usage of wind mill, which can be used for grinding grains or for pumping water. Now, all these renewable energy based technologies have a large potential to save energy. Like solar cooker, in a year it saves 105 kilowatt hour. A domestic solar water heater of the order of capacity of 100 liter per day saves 22,050 kilowatt hour. Solar still with 1 square meter saves 720 kilowatt hour of energy in a year. Gasifier of 5 kilowatt hour saves 12,000 kilowatt of energy in a year. And solar street pumping system of 350 watts saves more than 7,600 kilowatt hour in a year, and so on. And although we have a large potential of these solar energy, but still some of it is still lying untapped, which we can see with respect to our achievements. Here in our country, we have Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, Source of Energy, MNRE, which is responsible and which is doing a lot of work for encouraging the use of renewable energy sources. And this data is taken from their website. They are having several schemes for promoting for manufacturing of these renewable energy based appliances or technologies, and they also provide this thing uh, projects for R&D and other services in this field. Like for biogas plants, we have the potential of installation of 120 lakhs, but achievements is around 40%. So 60% more capacity is there in this particular area to install the biogas plant in our country. Now, small hydropower plant, we have just exploited 25% of that. Still 75% of work can be taken up in this particular area. Wind power, we have exploited to a large extent of the order of 47%. Biomass power is just 20%, which we have exploited so far. And waste to energy is just 3%. Solar water heater and solar PV is very less exploited in our country, and lot of efforts are being done to improve the efficiency of solar photovoltaic appliances so that it can be further used, because India is having abundant solar energy throughout the years. Now, as per data from the Ministry of Power, Government of India, the contribution of the various renewable energy sources to meet our energy demand is that wind is giving us 70%, contributing to the extent of 70% to meet our energy demands as compared to other renewable sources. Small hydro gives us 14% of the energy. Biomass and waste is also giving us equal amount of energy, while only 2% of energy is being derived from the sun, that is solar directly. So there's a lot of scope to exploit it further. And when we look into the investment of renewable energy technologies, then solar photovoltaic is costliest of the other renewable energy sources. It is around 10 times costly as compared to small hydro, wind energy, and biomass power. When we compare it with the capital cost as well as generation cost, which is very much apparent from the slide shown here. And when we talk about the efficiency, one of the major factors because of which solar PV is not adopted to a far extent is the low efficiency, that is of the order of 15 to 17 to 19%, whereas small hydro is having is quite efficient of the order of 90%, wind energy and biomass is of the order of 30 to 40%. And the life of small hydro is also quite high, 60 years, as compared to another renewable sources, that is biomass, wind, and solar PV, where the life is of the system is varies from 20 to 30 years. Lot of companies are also working in our country to produce these technologies, and since the advantages of renewables are, as we know, is a lot of advantages, that is why we require to adopt them and use these resources to meet our energy demand. Basically, they improve the access to clean energy resources, they balance the use of fossil fuel and save them for other application and for future generation, that is for sustainable development. They reduce the pollution and emissions from the conventional energy systems. They also, when we use them, reduce the dependency and minimize the spending on the imported fuels, since we spend around 70% of our to import the oil from other countries as well as the coal also. Furthermore, many renewable technologies, they are suited to small off-grid applications. They are good for rural remote areas where energy is not there and it is very much required and crucial in human development. These small energy systems, they can also contribute to the local economy and they can create the local jobs for the. Now, our many resource assessment programs have been implemented for the projects, for future projects in our country, which includes wind resource assessment program, national level biomass resource assessment program, solar and wind energy resource assessment. Then there are specific research institutions also who are working in these, which are working in these areas, like Center for Wind Energy Technology, Solar Energy Center, Alternate Hydro Energy Center, Sardar Swaran Singh National Institute of Renewable Energy, National Institute for Renewable Energy for Bioenergy. And Ministry of New and Renewable Energy is the nodal ministry of the Government of India, and which is proposing several schemes to promote these energy sources under project financing, equipment financing, manufacturing loans, which are being handled by the Indian Renewable Energy Development Agency. There are subsidies also given on the appliances and products. Special initiatives have also been taken by central and state electricity regulatory commissions to promote the renewable energy by specifying minimum renewable energy procurement obligations as per provision of Electricity Act 2003 and other policies. And the states have also adopted preferential tariff mechanism to promote renewable energy and to provide different tariffs for the development of different renewable energy technologies. And Government of India has also proposing various schemes like priority sector lending, increasing the awareness of these systems, and the entrepreneurship development programs are being organized, and intensification of research and development efforts are also being made in this particular area. So this is regarding the overview of various renewable energy which can be exploited to meet our energy demand. And before closing, I'll just give conclude with a small video film with respect to renewable energy. Although this film is from Germany, but this applies for all across the world. Just have a look at it.
Large wind farms, solar panels on rooftops, biogas plants. Germany is changing because of its energy transition. But what does energy transition really mean? Why is it so important now? And where are the opportunities and challenges? We need energy in all areas of life, for transportation and as heat and electricity. Today, we get most of our energy from fossil fuels. But there are many arguments against the use of fossil fuels. Two of the most important factors. Since the beginning of industrialization, we burn more and more fossil fuels, releasing large amounts of carbon dioxide. This increases the greenhouse effect, which is causing the Earth to heat up rapidly. We have induced
Highlighted regarding the requirements of renewable energy sources and what are the limitation of this, and what are the future R&D efforts which is required to do to promote as well as adopt these various sources. So we are just again trying to just open up this video. So just take 2 minutes. Kindly bear with us.
large wind farms, solar panels on rooftops, biogas plants. Germany is changing because of its energy transition. But what does energy transition really mean? Why is it so important now? and where are the opportunities and challenges? We need energy in all areas of life, for transportation and as heat and electricity. Today, we get most of our energy from fossil fuels. But there are many arguments against the use of fossil fuels. Two of the most important factors. Since the beginning of industrialization, we burn more and more fossil fuels, releasing large amounts of carbon dioxide. This increases the greenhouse effect, which is causing the Earth to heat up rapidly. We have induced man-made climate change, which dramatically changes our planet's natural processes and creates a number of problems. Fossil fuels are finite, especially the amount of available oil, our main energy resource, is decreasing rapidly. There is still some oil left, but exploitation is becoming increasingly expensive, unsafe, and dangerous for the environment. Both factors are exacerbated by rapid economic development in emerging countries. The result, accelerated climate change and increasing resource scarcity. To curb this trend, a massive shift in energy policy is essential. Nuclear power is no solution. The catastrophe of Fukushima has shown this once again. Germany's energy transition involves two main changes. First, a shift to renewable energy instead of fossil fuel. Second, a decrease in energy use through design, technology, and energy efficiency measures. Let's take a closer look at these issues. Renewable energy sources. This means the extraction of energy from materials that are not finite or that regenerate themselves. This can happen in large plants, but also on a small scale in private households, close to the consumer. Wind turbines have rotors, which are moved by the power of the wind. A generator then creates electricity. Similar to wind power, in hydroelectric power stations, kinetic energy drives a generator, which produces electricity. Wave and tidal power plants use the natural movement of the sea. There are two major forms of solar energy. Solar collectors heat a transmission medium with the sun's energy. On a small scale, this includes hot water heaters for individual households. On a large scale, concentrated solar power plants produce electricity. Solar photovoltaic cells convert the sun's rays directly into electricity. These systems are often installed on rooftops. Geothermal energy can also be absorbed by collectors. Just a few meters below the Earth's surface, the increased temperature can be high enough to supply the heating for private households. In regions with high underground temperatures, electricity can also be generated in this way. Biomass from animal and vegetable substances, like organic waste from agriculture and households, or specially grown energy crops, can generate electricity or be converted into fuel. The fermentation of these substances produces methane gas, which is transformed into electricity and heat in cogeneration plants. Ethanol and biodiesel fuels can be produced with special energy crops. Solid biomass is burned in order to generate heat or electricity. When burned, plants only release the amount of CO2 they have absorbed during their growth. Thus, the carbon balance is neutral. From the energy source to the consumer, energy runs through various conversion processes. In each of these steps, energy is lost. To increase energy efficiency means to minimize these losses, or in other words, to win as much net energy as possible from the original energy source. Many losses in industry and households can be avoided. In electricity production and in many industries, a great amount of heat is released as a byproduct. Heat and power cogeneration uses this energy to heat the surrounding community. Old appliances with a high power demand can be exchanged for more efficient ones. This decreases power consumption and lowers costs for the consumer. Just as important as increasing efficiency is the reduction of overall consumption. Our way of life uses too much energy. We need to conserve. The energy transition is a very complex challenge. What are the difficulties? The use of renewable energy can have negative ecological consequences. Occasionally, the interests of nature conservation conflict with the production of green power. Wind and hydroelectric power plants may damage the habitats of birds and fish. For the cultivation of energy crops, rainforests are cleared. This destroys valuable ecosystems and important natural carbon sinks and increases CO2 emissions. Energy crops are often grown on fields that previously grew food crops. This increases world food prices. Residents in the vicinity of many power plants can complain about unsightly buildings and noise. At times, state funding practices have been criticized. Subsidies can hinder a complete restructuring and favor a few large energy producers. Businesses and households often cannot afford the upfront costs of buying more efficient equipment. And sometimes, it is very difficult for us to change our habits. The reliable and constant supply of green electricity is a major technical challenge. 2 points are particularly challenging: the structure of power grids and the storage of power. In Germany, for example, energy production and consumption are located in different regions. The largest supplier of renewable electricity, wind power plants, are mostly located in the north due to good climate conditions. Much of the country's energy-intensive industry, however, is located in the south. Currently, the power grid lacks the capability to transport enough energy from north to south. As a result, energy often has to be bought from other sources, even though enough energy is actually produced. In addition, renewable energy sources are heavily dependent on the weather. Their output fluctuates. In times when power plants achieve a high performance, for example when there is a strong wind, there's a lack of sufficient storage capacity for the energy surplus. Pump storage stations are a way to store some electrical energy. But these storage facilities take a lot of space and a certain geography. At this time, a well-engineered storage technology that could be implemented nationwide doesn't exist. A technical solution might be so-called smart grids. These intelligent power grids observe and link production, storage, and consumption of energy in a large integrated system. Depending on the demand for energy at a certain time, they can fine-tune energy production and moderate consumption. They balance fluctuations between energy supply and demand and integrate the many new decentralized producers into the power grid. Thus, the energy supply becomes more efficient and more reliable. We see an energy transition is inevitable. The change to renewable energy definitely poses many challenges, but these are much smaller and easier to deal with than the consequences of continued reliance on fossil fuels. And the energy transition also offers enormous opportunities. The exploration and development of this new economic sector is creating many new jobs. We also reduce our dependence on oil and gas imports. With its energy transition, Germany, as well as other countries, can play a leading role in developing new technologies and can make an important contribution to shaping a sustainable future.
So, this film highlighted the major aspects and challenges related to various renewable energy based resources. And now I think you might have an overview of various technologies which are related to renewable energy sources and very significant for us for sustainable development. So now I'll request the centers to kindly ask any if they have any queries regarding this session. Vidya Pavan Technical College, Polytechnic College is there. Any questions from that center?
No question. No question.
Then Madhubar Engineering College, Bikaner. Disconnected. College of Engineering and Technology, Bikaner. Any question from College of Engineering College Bikaner? question is there? I think there is no question, no response is coming. Then we will move to Gitanjali Institute of Technology. Any question from that center? Government Engineering College, Bikaner. Any question from from the participants at our ETV studio? So thank you so much. In the next session, we are going to have Dr. Kohli. He is an eminent expert and he is also lead auditor and has done a lot of work in this area. And he'll be coming here at 2 o'clock. So I'll request you to kindly join us at 2 o'clock. I'll request all the nodal center to be in time and request my participants also at the EVT department sitting here. Please come at 2. Thank you.
वो ये पक्का है 5 वाले नहीं है वही है तीसरे वाले तो देखो ठीक है आ जाए कौन सा वो वाला ये वाला कल नहीं पहला वाला वो है वो अनुपम गेट है सर फर्स्ट लगाओ तो फर्स्ट अनुपम गेट है ये लगा सीटी है कौन लिखा है सीटी धीरे धीरे बहुत तेज करो रमेश लोग नीचे आओ ठीक है ये फाइल रकम 2 बजे आया वापस ठीक है ना ये फाइल के लिए देना मत मैंने आंसर है तो देना फाइल नारायण है ये दे दिया हां हां पता नहीं हेलो 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 भाई तो आप दुकान में थे क्या हां भाई धीरे मार्केट क्या हाल है भाई आना आप फिल्म देख सकते तकड़ी वाली बहुत कौन सी देखेगा क्या यार ये वाली एंट्री दूसरी वाली एंट्री ये देख तो सही कौन आ रहा है ओए टीवी से बाहर आ रहा है देख ले भाग जाएगा तू
कौन सी है? अच्छा, ठीक है ठीक है। नाम कहाँ से आया था?
कोई नहीं है सर, खाली पड़ा है। मैंने नीचे कर रखा है सर वो कैमरा। हाँ जल्दी भेजो सर, वो सारे आ गए हैं।
ऑन करो तो 2 जने तो दिखते हैं। सामने रखा ना है। कैसे करेंगे?
वो पूरा आएगा भी नहीं इसलिए मेरे को मत नहीं आए तो कितना काम कर रहा है। नहीं आएगा कोई टेक्नोलॉजी।
Good afternoon, everyone. I once again welcome all the participants in our ETV studio and also from the various nodal centers, that is Vidya Bhavan Polytechnic College Udaipur, Marudhar Engineering College Bikaner, College of Engineering and Technology Bikaner, Gitanjali Institute of Technology Udaipur, Government Engineering College Bikaner. वो उनका गाजियाबाद का लिंक and also all the participants are welcome from RD Engineering College, Ghaziabad. In the morning, there was certain problem with respect to the connectivity, but now it has been indicated that the problem has been overcome, and they are also welcome to our this 5 days training program on renewable energy based technologies. As I have already emailed the timetable to connected centers, and in this session, we are going to have a talk from eminent expert Dr. Anil Kumar. He is going to speak upon a very important topic, that is chasing climate change through sustainable development. He is basically an electrical engineer and he has also done his MBA as well as PhD in the field of management. He is a very eminent energy conservationist and involved in climate change mitigation. He is an accredited energy auditor and also lead auditor for energy management system and greenhouse gases. He has undertaken various projects, and I am just naming a few out of them. One is that he is an ex-energy professional under Perform Achieve Trade scheme by Government of India, Ministry of Power. He has undertaken Bureau of Energy Efficiency sponsored study by National Productivity Council on energy consumption and saving potential in the states of Haryana, Punjab, Jammu and Kashmir, and Chandigarh. In the area of municipal corporation, agriculture, commercial building, and water supply. He has also accomplished energy conservation building code amendment for the state of Himachal Pradesh successfully. He has carried out waste heat recovery potential study for the state of Haryana in small and medium enterprises. He has carried over 150 energy conservation studies in various domains like in paper mills, urban local bodies, sugar sector, textile, oil and gas retail outlets, milk plants, automotives, railways, etc. He has imparted energy management training to the Punjab State Electricity Board engineers, Bhakra Bias Management Board, Indian Oil Corporations, and Hindustan Petroleum Limited engineers. He is also external resource person for various organizations for delivering talk on the issues related to energy efficiency. So I'll request him to kindly highlight the various aspects with respect to climate change for sustainable development. Dr. Anil Kumar Kohli, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. Today my topic is very rife. When we go to airport, railway stations, bus stand, we read so many magazines. We see televisions. Have we ever come across anybody talking about energy? We talk about Bollywood, Hollywood, cricket, consumerism, fashion, accessories. We never, even come across anybody even telling you about how climate is changing. This year's we had 40% less rainfall. It affects its entire growth. We are basically called agrarian economy. Our 68% population live in villages. Of 6,38,000 villages, 68% people of our 126 crore, they live in villages, but the contribution of that to our economy is mere 13%. So now I'm, taking one by one, how these issues. You see, the top 10 problem of humanity are enshrined here. This population, India is home to 17.31% of the world population. Today, the world population is 7.28 billion, 728 crore, and we are 127 crore. The population is no issues to us. Why? Because 50% of our population is below the age of 25 years. 65% of our population is below 35 years. Imagine so much of young youth blood available to us. All other countries are getting Buddha. I can say that they are aged. Like if you talk about Japan, it is 47 years average. If you talk about USA, it is 37, 39 years. So everybody in the whole world is looking towards India to supply you the youth. So we have, as I told you, we are the manpower, but that's not a problem. What I am coming to the democracy. We are the largest democracy in the world. We see the whole world is transition towards a democratic society. That's not a problem. Education, we have increasing the literacy rate to 74.4%. It's a good performance. The backdrop in school is decreased. We have so many schemes that we are having education, so that is not a problem for us. We do not we do have a problem on disease because India is home to various diseases. We are home to largest number of blood pressure patients, sugar patients, handicapped people. We have so many HIV cases, maybe second in the world. But that's not a problem to us. Terrorism and war, of course, they are internal aggression or this that we are tackling. Poverty, of course, we have tackled. We have 21.9% people, in that $1.2 below scheme of the World Bank. And as I tell you that the whole world, 20% poor people live in India. It's an amazing fact. But still, because of that, that's not a problem to us. Now, environment, we are taking, through National Action Climate Change Program, we have 8 climate action program to look after our environment. We have stringent rules and laws. So gradually we are, coming up to environment impact assessment. That's also not a problem. Food, of course, we are home to 20.6% of the world poor. We have defined our, the Tendulkar committee is now defining based on calories, how much calorie intake is there. That's not a problem. Water is, though it's 0.03% in the whole world, water is available to the earth for drinking, but that's not a problem. The biggest problem we have is energy. Gradually in other steps, I'll build up the case that how, if we have energy with us, we can overcome all these problems. These are, not the major problem. So imagine that by 2050, the population of India by 2030 estimates are 1.53 billion. We are going to cross China much before 2030. We have a difference of only 10 crores. And very sure that before 2030, China is 147. We are going to cross it very soon. We have a fixed, arrival of energy from sun. That is the only source of energy on this planet Earth. And the energy is 25 to 800 times the world requirement. Can you imagine? The whole world needs whatever energy, the solar potential in our Earth, based on that, is 25 to 800 times this requirement. We have sudden explosion of population. Can you believe this? The population explosion in just 85 years. In the world, we reached from 2 billion to 7.2 billion. Can you believe we added 528 crore in just 85 years? That's, a very startling fact. So you see that how the curve is increasing. You see the dy by dt, the slope of this curve, how we are growing in numbers. This is man-made jungle. They are replacing the forest land. Is also a cause concern that we all like this kind of construction. Good shopping malls. We love to visit such places. These are the development which are highly energy inefficient and not sustainable development. We see that mega city trend which is going on in the world. 1% of the earth's surface, all these mega cities, you can google on net, you'll find they occupy only 1% of the 4 pi r square of the earth. 50% of the world population, like each one of us want to live in NCR, Gurgaon, Noida and all. We love Bangalore, Mysuru. Like that, 75% of the world energy they consume, and 75% of the CO2 emission they are responsible. So this is the mega city trend going on. We don't want to live in villages. This is what is happening. You see how it's constructed. Your life supporting resources are decreasing. Your flora, fauna, biodiversity, everything on your hydrosphere, lithosphere, biosphere, which is good for the balance of the climate. That's all have been disturbed, and you see the constricted space. We have to open it up. We'll tell you through today my captions. I'll tell you how we can open up these things, for a sustainable development. This was an environment impact factor. Whatever we do, like Japan, last 30 years, they are doing environment impact studies on everything they do. Something like if 3-kilometer road patch is being built up, Japanese do their environment impact studies on their flora, fauna, biodiversity, any kind of thing, their culture, their heritage. If anything is disturbed, you have to, rehabilitate those things. But in India, we have that 30 kilometers. Instead of 3 kilometers, we start that study from 30 kilometers, some 50 megawatt of power plant. Like this, these things have been enshrined in our, recently we have started, not all. This is what happened in Impulse. You see this, di by dt, something like this. Very short time, 60% of the resources we have consumed so far. And 85% of raw material comes from raw material. So how fast we have depleted the resources. Whatever we do, it comes to this. See, this is the biggest concern for our biosphere, lithosphere, hydrosphere, whatever we do. Like if we are operating in this institute, we have, like GTTI, there are people who are moving through buses, through their own transport. They are using fuel. They are, consuming food. They are having electricity. We have process-related emissions, like if you are cooking something, there are, that gas is used, some process-related emission. Everything boils down to GHG. whether I am running in a small shop, I am doing big business, I am making steel, I am making cement or any infrastructure. It boils down to greenhouse gases. This is today is our benchmark. If anybody is progressing and he is very indiscreet in not, looking for environmentally benign practices, and he doesn't care for the GHG emission, so his things are not CSR, corporate social responsibility. This has come now. So you have understood that whatever we do, it comes to total greenhouse gas emission. These are some of the other aspects. In the past 100 years, the concentration of carbon dioxide has increased by 25%. In the recent studies by global climate change organizations, we have kept 450 ppm. It's huge. 450 ppm. You can go to any squares in big cities, Delhi, Mumbai, Kolkata. You will find that a lot of squares where pollution of CO2, is very very high concentration. So this has increased in the last 100 years. The concentration of CO2 has increased by 25%. The fresh water requirement is doubling every year. And you see that marine and environment have reduced by 30% in 30 years. The biggest thing which has happened that we have a CFL revolution. Imagine from 90s onward, we had like LED revolution has taken place. The CFL, it contains mercury. Even one CFL, you see how we squarely dispose of it in our neighborhood. We throw it like in our garbage. You will find a lot of CFL. Even single CFL, you need 30,000 liters of water. It can pollute that much amount of water. If somebody inhales that flame, it's carcinogenic. But we do not have disposal. So these are other aspects which are thing. In the last 100 years, we have, Earth has warmed up by 1 degree. These are the data available from 1880 onward to the 2000. These data have been given in this figure that we have about, and this is something like blip. I am just blipping my eyes. It's less than that hour. See, we talk about dinosaurs lived from 150 to 60 million years before. So how much that period? 60 million to 150 million years dinosaur lived on this planet Earth. But this is 100 years. We have increased 1 degree centigrade. So can we predict the past? People thought that this climate change is due to natural causes, solar activities, volcanoes, eruptions and all. But see the model, the shaded portion and the red portion, that comes that climate change is due to natural causes. Yeah, is due to natural causes, but also due to human generated, reasons. Like these are called anthropogenic. Now see that if today we have CO2 concentration, temperature, sea level continue to rise like this, if we continue like a bow scenario, business as usual, what happens? Today we have CO2 peak. It's increased by 25%. How much will it take? It will take 300 years to stabilize that CO2. Okay, whatever damage we have done in 100 years, it will take another 300 years to come back to the normal life. If that whatever temperature increase 1 degree, it will take a few centuries. We don't have time. We won't see in our lifetime. We see that how sea level which has risen will take millennia to get back to that level. All coastal countries, they are crying that with the climate change in another 20, 25, 30 years, they might get submerged. There are countries which are, islands. So energy has slipped in priority. If you find out that this graph is given, if you see that line giving that, we had no researches are taking place. I tell you that no PhDs, no thesis. We are not talking about energy because we don't know. We are doing research on manufacturing, but we never know how this energy will come from. I'll tell you that how energy is so important. It's coming from the very disturbed place on earth, Middle East. Everybody wants to take over it. Imagine that. So based on that, the energy has slipped in priority. We have certain, things we have done. Our expenditure on, researches on this is very poor. I believe that whosoever is watching this in their colleges, in the postgraduate, in their PhDs, they undertake such research. These are very simple things that acid rain formation I have observed myself. You go to power plant, if your car, you'll find out that yellow spots of SOX, NOx, they are coming down to your glass. Because we are using peat and lignite. It's a coal. We are not using bituminous and anthracite, better quality. So that acid rain formation that is coming up is a huge problem. Can we show the slide? Yeah. This causing a greenhouse gas. We have 6 greenhouse gases. Everybody knows, children are studying their school books, that how it is causing more UVB rays to affect our skin, and we have to apply sun protection factor. You the cricket stars, they use all creams and all, and even then it's called cancers. Plants are not growing properly. So this is ultimately causing the global warming, which we talked about 1 degree centigrade rise. Now we have three futures. This has been given by IPUCC. The Dr. Pachori got the Nobel Prize a few years back. We have a 2 degree centigrade scenario, 4 degree centigrade, and 6 degree centigrade. The choice is with us, with the people. It's a democracy. I am telling you here. We all have to do this. I find that parents, we go to college, parents tell, my son has got, in some automobile sector, and see, whole world has brought their manufacturing in India. In the bargain, you people are all youngsters are happy that they are getting job, but what is happening? They are polluting your environment. They are polluting your water. They are polluting your air. They are exporting everything from here. They are not doing anything except for operations on ERP. Some platform they are working. Everything is manufactured in India. It is exported from here only, and they are very safe. They are keeping their environment protected. Imagine. But since we have this, that we want our population, youngster to have their jobs, so we have allowed them. But in the bargain, this scenario is coming. And since we are growing, you'll find that GDP, no other countries is growing. India is little slowed down in last 2 years. It's 5.6%. We are at IMF has recently given just 2 days back that it will be 6.4% in next year growth. China is aggressively 7% plus, but other countries, you see, USA below 2%, France, Germany 0.2%. Means if their GDP is 1, next year it will be 1.02, because there is nothing to be bought by them. They all have big cars, big houses, farmhouses, everything. Yeah, big, things. They are looking for market where they can go and do some business. You see, if you look at other countries, what they are making: juices, sauces, fast food, processed food. That's all. Nobody is giving us technology for third grade reactor power. If I want to say, give me nuclear power technology, they are not giving us. What they give? Cake, pastry, pizza, burger. You want? Are we for that? We don't want that technology. So this is what is happening. So we have a scenario. So this is the whole world is heading for 6 degree scenario today. That if we do our business as usual like this, we are going to have 6 degree by 2100 AD, and it is devastating. Imagine what will happen with 1 degree. We have so much of different rainfall, flood, drought. Everything has changed. So what we are trying now, let it be 4 degree, between 2 to 4 degrees centigrade. Of course, it can never be 2 degrees centigrade. Though United Nations has brought out the Mr. Ban Ki-moon, the United Nations Secretary General, is very aggressive on sustainable development, renewable energy. We'll see how, but but definitely we are not going to have 2 degree. We are between 2 to 4 degree. This is what we have never defined in our life, is energy poverty. We always defined income poverty, that somebody in urban area 26 rupees, rural area 12 rupees, he's happy. This is what is the definition by government. And same thing applies to food, that we have till today, from 1947, we have not decided how much food is to be given to a person. Can you believe that? We all are educated people. Many of them are MTech, PhD. We don't interfere in this. The government people, they have yet not decided how much kilocalories to be given to a person. So the Tendulkar committee report, still studies are going on. What should we do? There are so many constraints at their level. But energy poverty is something we have to define. We have not thought of. We have 37 crore people without electricity. How much is 37 crore people? USA 31, UK 91 lakh, Canada 2 crore, Australia 2 crore. You can combine even 100 countries total together. Those many people without electricity, without food in our country. Can you imagine that? That much is the bandwidth. So this is what India's GDP today is: $1.84 trillion. If you multiply by the dollar rate, you will find the population. See how our the GDP is rising, and as with population. We are going to cross China. I've already told that we are not going to wait 2030. Our clock is going on running very fast, faster than China. In the similar period, one studies from 1971 onward, when it was compared, the China we added 10 crore people more than China. China had a negative growth. So what we have thought that if our GDP is growing, you have some. If your GDP is growing, our CO2 emission, we cannot stop that. But what is happening? All World Bank, IMF, Asia Development Bank, all financial institutions, they have a very stringent regulation that unless you improve your CO2 footprint, your GHG footprint, you will not be, given certain amount of funds. We have tremendous patience. Our CO2 per capita is roughly 1.4 tons, though America's is 4.2. But our dy by dt is more than that. He says, okay, I am 4.2, I am stable. I cannot reduce. But your dy by dt should reduce. Your slope should reduce. That is what is happening. Because we are growing. We have to buy houses for we have 24 crore houses in the, we want 24 crore houses in the country. We have at present only 8 crore houses. And those houses, you can imagine, even Jhopdi has been counted in those houses. Believe that. Whatever houses we are staying in concrete and this, there may be only 2 crore, 3 crore. Rest 4 to 5 crore in national sample survey may be counted. So we need 24 crore. We want to develop. We want 26 lakh kilometer road in our rural area, so that our kisan, our farmers can bring their food to the mainstream market without without having their agents. We have to build up this the golden quadrilateral, the north south corridor, the freight corridor. So many things we have to develop. Port, ships, airport we have to develop. These are all infrastructures for growth of economy. So the GHG emission is bound to increase, but the good thing is recently, just few days back, a report from United Nations has given that India has performed very well on energy efficiency. We are doing very good on renewable energy. I'll show you what they have written. So this is what I have told you, that around now another fact I can tell you that 80.4% of the population is below $2 level. This is World Bank definition. $1.2 extreme poor, and below $2 is poor. So now see, about 80 plus crore people in India, they rely on biomass. If there is a rain, there is no food in their house, because those people, they gather biomass from trees, from so many shrubs, bushes, and they burn it, and then they cook their food. We have all LPGs. The LPG access is only 15%, and I have myself seen that the LPG access is about 10 kilometers. If you have to take a cylinder, the person has to go from the village 10 kilometers to fetch one cylinder, and only 15% of the 68% population covered. How much is 68%? 127 crore multiplied by 68%. Roughly 84-85 crore people do not have access to clean fuel. We have 4,84,000 deaths every year. Precisely, this is the greatest gender bias against women and children. This is the gender bias, that we have not been able to provide them clean energy. They inhale, and this death, 4,84,000 by WHO in India recorded, is not due to any diseases. It is due to respiratory diseases caused due to biomass inhalation, smokes. Imagine, see, where we are. We talk about building technologies. We could not build efficient chulas for them. Even if they have to go for charcoal, coal, something like that, we can have efficient chulas. We can, direct their smoke out somewhere. So India, this is what is the current report which has come, that India can perform very well on greenhouse gas emission with a stringent target which has been given. Our previous Prime Minister has said 25% of our CO2 emission will be cut in the next 20 years. We were signatory to the Kyoto Protocol, though Australia, Canada, USA, Russia, Japan, they came out. They did not sign further ratification. We have Kyoto Protocol Phase 2 from 2012 to 2020. In that, many countries, developed countries, they said we cannot stop growing. You see, the aspirations of people are growing. They want, more and more highly technology savvy, intensive gadgets. They need energy and will grow. And the only abundant thing available on this earth is coal. So when the coal is there, the C plus O2 is equal to CO2. You are bound to have CO2 emission. Unfortunately, after Fukushima, and so many Chernobyl, all these lessons. You imagine how Japanese people believe that they have shut down their 7 plant. German also democratic, they shut down their 7 to 9 plant immediately after Fukushima incident in 2011. And we are now asking for 77 nuclear club membership to get fuel for our nuclear power. We have abundant resources of third generation nuclear power. We have thorium, abundance of thorium. We are first 10 in thorium resources that can provide us enough energy. But safety is the issue. The concern is climate and environment safety. This is what it is. The nuclear power will come when it's third generation, that may appease the hunger. So these are the two captions you see there in bold: increasing energy efficiency in industry, vehicle and appliance. We have done a lot. In vehicle, it is obligatory at the moment. After 2050, your labeling will be mandatory, like your refrigerator, air conditioner, transformers, motors. Like 5-star, you find out in market. So your vehicle will be like that. You have Euro 4, will not adopt Euro. We have different connotations. Now we have for industry, energy efficiency, we have to increase. Appliances, you already have your 5-star appliances, all those things. Then we have to accelerate the transformation of power sector. You see, imagine that per capita average annual domestic consumption is 96 kilowatt in rural area. Now imagine here the statistical jugglery. On one side, we do not have access to 37 crore people do not have access to electricity, but on average he is getting 96 kilowatt. Is something like a depth of a river. I am saying depth on the brink is 0, and on the center it is 100 meters. So average depth of the river is 50 meters. Can we say that? But this is what data says. Lot of things comes like this. Per average capita, everybody will start. Like if you talk about the breweries, liquor manufacturer. I read in the newspaper, one liquor manufacturer says the beer consumption per capita is lowest in the world. Imagine, he want all of us to drink beer because he's saying like this. The per capita consumption of beer is very low. He wants everybody to at least drink 650 ml of water. It is well below that. So like this, I am saying that similarly the power transformation. See, there is a accelerated power. These World Bank added schemes are going on, but they are running in huge losses. Their transmission distribution losses are way, behind the international benchmark. We have a 400 kV grid. From that, it's come to 220. From 130 to 66. Our transmissions line need to be upgraded. We need to go to HVDC, flexible AC transmission line, smart grid application. So many other things are there. You must be reading as there are electrical engineers. So you see the worldwide per capita average is 2600 kilowatt. And European countries, because they need space heating all the time, it is 6200. And what we are where 96. And still we are unable to feed that 96 kilowatt. The next third thing is promoting the adoption of clean technology. We have to know, like Chandigarh metro project has been scrapped due to some reason. That would have been the greatest thing: urban habitat, transportation, mass transportation. Even in my lecture, I have gone to many organizations. I told their CEOs that you don't allow SUVs to enter your campus unless he's sharing by 4 or 5 people. Imagine, this is what we have to be very harsh today. You can afford SUV, you are taking government's 20 rupees on diesel subsidy. Either if the diesel is not subsidized, you can use it. Basically because of agriculture. Tractors, we have subsidized diesel. So we cannot discriminate is taking for diesel, for SUV or for this. Tomorrow it might come. From petrol pump, if you are getting it in SUV, so it might be 100 rupees a liter. But these things, because what happened? The World Bank, funded by many countries, those have interest in selling big cars. They funded loan in roads. Can you imagine? We wanted loan on some other account. They made our road 4-lane, 8-lane. Why? Yes, we needed for reference. But the main thing was they want to launch big cars. There was no taker in the world. India was the only country which was growing, and they want big cars. So they gave us fund on roads, roughly $400 million to make big. Your roads are 4-lane. You are having more negotiation, turning radius, so everybody will buy sports car, utility car. See, imagine this is what going on at very high level. They want to seek markets in India. So they're promoting adoption of clean technology comes transportation. I tell you one very startling fact. Out of all the registered vehicle in India, 2-wheeler, 3-wheeler, 4-wheeler, 6-wheeler, 10-wheeler, whatever, only 1% is your buses. What does it, indicate? We don't want to travel in bus. So there is no demand. Mass commutation, everybody is forgotten. In Chandigarh is the highest density per capita vehicle. Everybody wants to have his own vehicle. If there are 4 people, you see here, there are 4 cars, and everybody will go on this. So 1% registration is an eye-awakening fact that we don't want to commute in buses. We are shy. Imagine that. I give you one example. I had to buy a motorcycle to move when I heard that the Swiss bank chairman comes on cycle. I was so shocked that I am using a car. Such a big man. And then I switched over to a motorcycle, and it was very friendly. We are moving here and there. So you can imagine that big people, they are becoming the change they want to see in the world. Then next is establishing sustainable agriculture and forestry. This is what is happening. We call ourselves agriculture economy. We have 268 million tons of food. Even if we did not have rain this time, we have sufficient stocks of storage, but not the proper storage. We have food stock of, to famine, drought, whatever, flood prone area. But you see that only 13% of this 268 million ton we can store. Rest all is in open. We have to do a lot of things in establishing sustainable agriculture and forestry. So these are the 4 things given by various, brains. They told 4 things for India. Now imagine this: 2012 was the year of sustainable energy for all, very rightly called C4 all. This is from United Nations. Then they have this decade 2014 to 2024 United Nations decade for sustainable energy for all. I think all of you should, when you go back, all those who are listening to me, they should have this decade celebrated in their college. Let there be quiz competition, let there be essay competition, let innovative things should come. Like one innovative thing I was always telling in my lecture, that tomorrow we should develop an ATM where a kisan or anybody go and he say, I want half kg of arhar ki dal. He will just put in ATM. He will just click arhar ki dal. Arhar ki dal will come from the stake. You are getting. So it will solve your storage problem. You are stacking rice, wheat, all kinds of pulses, beans, and he in this card you are giving him free meal in the school. You are giving him 2 rupees kg from ration shop. Long queues. Let there be ATM. There will be very huge storage. They will solve your storage problem of food. At the same time, you are giving the card. It is automatically linked to Aadhaar card and his Manrega, Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Agri Mission. So you can, such innovative thing can come today. So every one of every institution should celebrate this decade. 14 to 24 is decade for sustainable energy for all. So that if it comes to our mind, we encourage, motivate people to take up research projects, do actual projects. In your own college, you measure your energy consumption. How can, per capita, per school, per square meter, per child, you can do this. So this is what is C for all has given us 3 main core objectives. I am giving you those 3 core objectives, very much valid to India. First is universal, ensuring universal access to modern energy sources. This is the first. What is modern energy sources? You should provide LPG, CNG for cooking, for lighting. You have electricity. These are the clean modern sources. Like in India, we are still saying that if they are cooking on LPG, it's not possible in the near future. It will take another 30-40 years because only 15% penetration for 84 crore people. What we say that they can have efficient chulas where the smoke is contained, it is filtered so that people are not getting this health. It is basically a burden on government itself. If you take up the cost of these people, 4,84,000 people, active people dying, children of tomorrow's, women, this gender bias, you find that there is some parameter that your GDP is reduced. So this is what they said that modern services energy, if you do this, it is a sustainable development. There was a Millennium Development Goal. We'll see that from 2000 to 2050. 15 years, but there was no energy focus. First 7 goals, barring the 8th goal, they were all related to energy. They they were intangible issues that energy was required to meet those goals, 7 goals. But they were nowhere written that energy is required. Now it is a focus, predominant focus, that it's a sustainable energy for all. So the first thing is ensuring universal access to modern energy. Immediately you should Google, a lot of documents are available on this modern energy. You should start writing papers, motivate people, go to conferences, speak all these things to your students so that the interest is created. They come up into this field. The energy is a very boring field for many people, monotone. They don't want to take up this issue. So next is doubling the share of renewable energy. This is another thing, that doubling the share of renewable energy in our global energy basket. India has about 12%. We have say we have 250,000 megawatt. We have 12% of that as our renewable energy. But renewable energy, only thing is that the plant load factor is very low. So what happens that actual contribution to energy consumption is very less. In the installed capacity, they are coming as 12%. So renewable energy, the world has put a target of 15% to 30% by 20. This is a target given by United Nations to achieve sustainable energy for all. Doubling the rate of improvement in energy efficiency for all. This is the third thing they have told. You double the rate of energy efficiency. Today we are the Bureau of Energy Efficiency has done laudable job. We saved about 10,000 megawatt avoidable capacity. 1 megawatt cost you 5 crore, 5 crore, another 2 crore for transmission distribution, 7 crore. And it takes 5 years, 4 or 5 years. So Bureau of Energy Efficiency did wonderful job by avoiding 10,000 megawatt. By doing all this, 5-star labeling, energy efficiency program, waste heat recovery from all this. So what we have to do is doubling the rate of improvement in energy efficiency. This is what global energy average rate is 2.4%. They should drop down to 1.2 energy efficiency. It should increase to 2.4% from 1.2. Now CO2 emission reduction, this exercise can be taken by any college, school, manufacturing hub. That how much CO2 emission, what is your carbon intensity, what is your energy intensity, and what is your GDP. A manufacturing institution has a turnover of 100 crore, that is his GDP. How much is carbon intensity means how much carbon he is using. Suppose he is taking electricity from Roper thermal power plant. Roper thermal power plant has got a data on his net that for 1 kilowatt hour generation, it is emitting 1.2 kg of CO2. C plus O2 is equal to CO2, 12 gram carbon, 32 gram O2 gives you 44 gram CO2. So 1 gram carbon gives you 44 by 12 gram of CO2. So if I am using peat, which has got 37% fixed carbon, so 1 kg means 370 grams of carbon means 370 into 44 by 12 grams of CO2. So this exercise you can do in your school, in your college. You have huge electricity requirement that you are meeting from thermal power plant. Do this exercise for your BTech student. That how many, you are giving 1 million unit per annum. How much it amounts to how much CO2 emission? You are taking some boiler for mechanical laundry, for washing of, clothes. You are having some other kind of fuel, LPG gas, this converted into one platform, kilocalorie. Then think how much CO2 emission. That is your energy intensity means if I am making like energy intensity, Japan is very less. We are 3.17 times more energy intensive than Japan. Suppose Japan manufacture one laptop, it consumes 1 kilowatt hour. We consume 3 kilowatt. So you can reduce your operation per square meter air conditioning. Suppose your college is air conditioned. You can find out yourself. First, bring a pie graph. How much is your air conditioning? How much is lighting? How much is your other kind of energy? Do this exercise. Student can do this. Let them be provided with all diesel set. Your diesel generator set is working. Your air, electricity bills are coming. LPG gas bills are coming for the hostel. Work out per student 100% occupancy of hostel. How much is the benchmark is available to you for a 5-star green rated building? You compare. For example, you are coming from some Rajasthan people are there, Bikaner. They can go to government medical college Bikaner. They'll find out the total bed capacity is 400 bed. So international benchmark with this much facility consume 3000 kilowatt hour per bed. How much is your? So you can, the gap analysis you can. We don't have to read all those, computer software, this, that. A simple calculation will, invoke the curiosity, inquisitiveness inside that person. The basic aim is that people should be brought to this energy. Like I told you, we don't discuss energy. We discuss Bollywood, Hollywood, Tollywood, cricket, consumer, fashion. That I am. So this is the state in our country. You can see because we don't visit villages. So this is what they are doing. And somebody told me to walk on, that is the best patch in lake in Chandigarh lake. You'll find that evening, if you happen to find time, children are studying on street level, small children. Those who are very, they fond of study. They're not watching. People are moving in, branded clothes and branded things, fashionable accessories, put and showing up. They are simply busy studying. It moved me. I went for the first time there, and I saw that it's something like this figure is you can see. This is what they are. This is kerosene. This is what happens. Their evening ends. In big cities, evening start at 10 o'clock in the night, but their evening ends at 7 o'clock. It's all dark for them. As if they are not democratic. They are not country in a democratic. So this is oil problem I am talking about. See, imagine that USA has got total 2% oil in the world. It needs 26, and it's using that 26. That's why there is a lot of interference in the Middle East area. Iran, we have problem because we take 17% of our 75% oil. We need roughly 160 million tons of oil. Imagine. And we have resources of 500 to 700 million tons, that's all. But today we are, extracting 30 to 40 million tons from our resources. 25%. If we start doing 160 million full, it'll take 5 to 6 years, everything will be over. Our oil stock is over. We have no more satellite studies that, deep earth, you go 10 kilometer or shallow river, something like that. We are highly dependent on most disturbed place, that is Middle East. So everybody is going to Iran, Iraq, Kuwait, UAE, all these places. Where would you go? There is no energy. Your transportation sector is gone. Your power sector is gone without oil. Oil is the mainstay. So this is what you can see, that the other countries like Brazil, they have used ethanol and biodiesel to the great extent. Tell you, 100% ethanol they have tested. So this is the oil problem, which is very important. And these are some of the headlines that 125 years it took to consume first trillion barrels of oil. One barrel is 160 liters, and the next will be consumed in 30 years. Imagine that how fast we are. Okay, world consume 2 barrels of oil for every barrel discovered. The total world oil reserve lasts for 40 years. This is what the study has said. Oil exporting country, OECD countries, they have brought out that the total oil reserve for all these countries, those who are member of OECD, that only lasts for 40 years with the present rate of use. What will happen tomorrow? So now you will find that all these countries are investing huge amount of money for solar power. What should they do? Like we have in Thar Desert, Rajasthan people must be listening that. We show them that those people are investing in renewable energy. People say that there was first oil shook in 1973, when then OPEC formation, Organization for Petroleum, this thing, Organization for Cooperation and Economic Development. These countries there. Now imagine that if we finish this oil after 30, 35 years, what will happen? Where will we go? We do not have imminent research. Only visibility is renewable energy. And many of us will see 30, 40 years. What will happen? Because the present satellite imagery, research, whatever we have, we got the oil only up to 40. And so many wars have destroyed 10 years, 5 years oil. In Iran, Iraq, all those places. Now this is a great slide. You can see that we all compare India and China in many counts. We should compare on energy count. How China has built up entire borders, around us, through big roads, through airports, so that we are accessible. Every corner of India and other countries accessible. How? Because it has energy. See that his 2035 is million tons of oil equivalent. All energy brought, whether it is electricity, oil, gas, anything, has brought is 4060 China. And whether we, India, 1540. We are not taken up aggressively on this front. This is a missed account for us. We have not thought of that. Energy is the mainstay for everything. Your main focus should be that. Imagine that world's poorest 20% consume only 1.5%, and middle 60% consume 20%, and richest consume 76%. Whatever we have. Like in India, we have a good thing that 100% of our GDP, 65% is consumed by all of us. In other countries in America, Canada, Japan, USA, they don't have inner market. They seek market outside. Why so much of green building things have come? Because there are so much of market for insulation and glasses. They want to make forays into Indian market. So they are bringing US green building council is coming. They are green building, platinum rating, this rating. You have another green building features. They are very expensive. You can use ancient building technology. We'll see how. So vectors are in the wrong direction. We have already seen this. We have disturbed place, oil, we do not have resources, we have only 600 million tons of oil, which if we extract everything, it lost for another 5 years. We will highly dependent. Today it is 75%, tomorrow it will be 100%. Another 5-10 years, we will have to import all our oil 100%. I give you one example. We have strategic storage of oil. Now you can imagine how planning we do. We have only 12 million ton. And what is 12 million ton? Suppose we need for defense in J&K, that storage is in Visakhapatnam, pi by 4 d square L. You find out it will remain in the oil pipeline. The 10 million ton will remain in the pipes and branches. Where will it reach? So that we have to see. We need oil for our defense strategic use. The attack can come from all these sides. There's no south boundary. So we are making storage for that oil. 10 to 12 million storage. That will be pi by 4 d square L. It will never come out of that pipe. So this, you can see the graph how they have doubled 40 years, all energy related to primary energy supply. They have doubled in the last 40 years. We need to halve CO2. This is the graph we have given. That next slide. Yeah, yeah. This is you see that how OECD countries, non-OECD countries, how much is that gigatons? We have to total. There's a gap of 24 to 42 gigaton of CO2. It's a gap, and these are the responsibility to them, how they can reduce from current level. Now see the Brazil, China and India combined. See the graph. We are going up, the blue graph. Brazil, China, India. And combined other developed countries, Canada, France, Germany, Italy, US. That means we are crossing them over in 2010. We have already crossed. Whatever is output in the world for anything, for vehicles, for food, for processed things, for consumers goods, anything. These three countries, like BRICS countries, Russia is also there, China, Russia, they are going to cross. This is what just fact that where India is going. So this today is the need that roughly 1.3 billion people, over 80% population is without. India 370 million contribution. Even by 2030, 17% of world population will still be without electricity. India will have sizable proportion unless we take up, solar energy, renewable energy. India has more than 840 million people relying on biomass. This is what we gradually build up, that what India has to do, what United Nations Secretary General said, and what researchers proved that what India should do. You see that even if one tube light which is running here, how much it comes, the energy consumed from mining of the coal for Ropar thermal power plant. The coal went from Singhbhum, Bihar to Ropar thermal plant through transportation. Again, you need electricity, coal. Then there was electricity for transmission, distribution, upgradation, then losses. Then you have this. So see how what is the great chain working on this. This is what is our picture. That the whole country is just 1270 million people. We have 29 states, Telangana of course latest, 683 plus district, 5480 towns, and 6,38,000 villages. Out of this, at least 18,000 villages have been identified where electricity can never reach. So there we can have distributed, decentralized kind of energy. We can look for biomass. We can look for solar. Wind is, of course, it depends on potential and how will you carry those wind towers and blades to those locations. We don't have those big roads for running of those vehicles. I tell you very cogent definition given for village electrification. Village electrification is complete if 10% of the villagers have got electricity. So the planners will tick, okay, this village electric, and they move towards another village. Or electricity reach to any public place like school, panchayat, office, health center, or dispensary. This is the cozy definition of village electrification. See how what is the drudgery in access to fuel. This was a study carried out by one of the economic organization in Himachal Pradesh. In Delhi, organization carried out in Himachal Pradesh that how much they travel. Household collecting up to 1 kilometer, 42% of the population. Imagine average number of trips. So nearly 3 billion days are spent in gathering fuel in India, in rural India. Imagine 3 billion days. Now connected with Manrega, they are paying you 300 rupees for one day, maybe 200 also some states. So imagine 3 billion man days converted in Manrega. Let them do this under Manrega. If they have to search for biomass, so let them be counted in Manrega, so that he gets money also, because government is not providing clean fuel. That is the directive principle of state policy. Similarly, add to these 12 billion days to fetch water and water-related disease. There are 3 lakh villages in India. I give you another starting point. 3 lakh villages out of 6 lakh 38, where average distance travel is 6 kilometers to fetch water. We are trying one Nukkad Natak in which we have made one anecdote. अरे कमला कहाँ गई? बोला कमला गई है पानी लेने. विमला कहाँ है? विमला लकड़ी लेने गई है. अच्छा ये कहाँ है? तीसरा का नाम लिया तो वो बीमार है क्योंकि वो कल धुआं ज्यादा इनहेल कर. इस तरह से हम लोग उसको लोगों को पिक्चर दिखा रहे हैं, so that you understand this language. Because if I tell you data, you have forgotten what is 6 lakh 38, what is 3 lakh, what is 6 kilometer, all this jugglery statistics. So imagine that that 3 billion days is huge. We can connect to Manrega. This is what indoor air pollution I told you, 4 lakh 84,000 deaths due to children, and we need only 50 billion per year for another 10 years to provide universal access of modern energy service. This is not a great amount for the world. This is United Nations has worked out for the whole world. If you want modern energy services, you spend 50 billion per year. Now this is the scenario we are going to live with this. By 2050, India remains coal as the mainstay, predominantly thermal electricity generation, 75% from coal. What does it indicate? That we are going to have always CO2 emission, SOx, NOx, other pollution. We cannot do away because we have no other source of energy. So this is very helpful in finding out. Now this is what I said, that if you burn 1 kg, I told you C plus O2, it releases so much of CO2, NO2, CO, SO2. 1 megawatt power plant, 4.5 to 5 crore, another 2 crore for transmission distribution, and then take 5 years. And if I have to switch off 1,000 such lights which are unnecessarily running in the school, colleges. You see, 2 days back I visited one of the college in Chandigarh. The students were not there. I was just searching for something. All the lights are on, and students they boast of, I must get 10 lakh rupees package. He says. I said, have you seen this? What is this? Is it not your responsibility? All the lights are on. If in an officer, if you go to our government officer, the officer is on leave. The PN doesn't know. He comes at 7 o'clock. He will switch on all the air conditioners. He will turn all the lights, and even after the office is up to 6 o'clock, he will move after 6:30. He has to switch off all log chowkidar. He'll go by 6:30. All the lights are on by that, because this is a shameful work for us. We don't want to do this. This is what is happening. So this is what happens, that if you promote energy conservation in your organization, it takes 1 second. I don't say you switch off. Don't compromise on safety, health, and any requirement. You need, if a person need air conditioner, in labor room, it should be given. But not that your air conditioner running, that you want 18-degree temperature when you enter the office. That should not happen. Okay. So this is what we say. This is what losses, generating stations. If he's, Roper thermal power plant making 100 units, ultimately reaches 42 units to the consumer. It's a huge gap. It's a deficit. This hiatus has to be filled up. That's what the accelerating your power programs. This is what we have 30 June 2004. We have installed capacity 2,49,488. This is another exercise you can give to your first year student of electrical and mechanical. I am giving very startling fact. Tell them to find out from Ministry of Power, Central Electricity Authority, how much power they are generating. We have installed capacity. How much is the auxiliary power consumption? A thermal power plant needs 6 to 10% for its own consumption. It has got its own boilers, motors, air blowers, all those things. The lighting load. Then we have plant load factor which is as low as 61.85. All state utilities have. This is the average plant load factor given by Ministry of Power. Then we have average transmission distribution losses to the extent of 24%. I did one study for J&K. Total power consumption of more than 50% is lost. Imagine. And there are 12 hours cut in the entire jet. How people are tolerating it? Can't believe. In this information, you have so many channels of reporting. Then so much billion unit we generated, 1102. Now you yourself find out, can we not illuminate all the 370 million if we put this gap? If we fill this gap, we reduce at so many places. So we need a smart, sustainable system of energy. Like this TTI can have this so many types of energy, hybrid energy. We can have solar. We can have some, from fuel cell, from hydrogen, or whatever kind. They can have their own pump set inside. They can have battery vehicles, EV vehicles. They're allowed, and something like this. So challenges we have seen, economic competitiveness. When you spend more on your pollution, control measure, your product become expensive. So when it becomes expensive, it's not competitive in the market. So you have to cater for this, petroleum product also. So now we come to how sustainable development can take place through renewable energy. So these are the, is in favor of solar, wind, hydroelectricity, biomass, tidal and geothermal. Share of renewable is total 28,184 and its contribution is less than 1% to over 1102 billion units. Installed capacity is one thing. Suppose you install 1 megawatt solar, it gives you 20% plant load factor because it's only 5-6 months in a year, that too for 6 hours. The light is there. So renewable energy, if you do this is a great thing for institutions. You have community engagement. You can engage your community like biomass. You involve 100 villages. That all kinds of biomass, whether for Kharif and Rabi, all kinds will be given to you at one. You create green jobs. We'll see how uneducated people. We don't want BTech, MTech, asking for 10 lakh package. We want simple, unschooled people who are maintaining solar plant in many states. I show you how engaging student in the classroom. They can watch online how much electricity is coming. You can make some software from your BTech computer science will be making software. How much energy is going to HVAC, this, that at metering port. Electrical student will do some other study. How much losses are taking place. It will be a joint study for everyone. Combined project. You need sustainable development. We have to create for demand for this sustainable energy. Unfortunately, those who really need that they can't afford a solar 1 kilowatt. We have so many. If we see that how population groups are 100 in one village, there are 50 people living. Why can't we give them a small solar PV pen module on their top? At least he have electricity in the night. He can study. We have electricity act in place giving us standalone system for generation distribution is allowed for all environment, your shelter and manpower. So you see that all focus come to energy and climate change. Everything you do, the cycle ends at energy and climate change. We understood that in India, if you want inclusive growth, inclusive means taking everybody. There is no digital divide. There is no, inequality in your income. We all have same opportunities, affordable things to us. So these are the millennium goal. Like I told you, all this catered for, they were more human. They did not touch energy, but they definitely required energy to meet those. There is a positive correlation that we need commercial energy for all this. These are our national action plan on climate change, two of which focus on mitigation, five on adaptation. There are 8 climate, action plan, and there is very likelihood that clean coal will be added as the ninth action plan. There is the corridor. There is a talk that we should, because we are importing about 15% of our coal requirement, though we have abundant resources of coal. But since the coal policy, the block allocation, there are some problem in the past. You have seen the political things were going on, and based on that, they want to add clean coal in the this thing. This fact, I want to tell you that the biggest energy guzzler in India is telecommunication tower. Airtel, to be very specific, and other companies, because they're 24 hours. They're huge generators, air conditioners. They are running. They are consuming electricity. So most of them are relying on diesel. So maximum diesel is consumed by towers, telecommunication towers. They are hugely located. So they are 20 lakh. 20 lakh will be added. They will be double in the next few years. Now our focus should be on what? If you see that we have commercial services contributing 64.8% to our GDP. This is the greatest fact. When you call for companies for employment in your colleges, you see service sector first, because they are the maximum contributor to the GDP, 64.8%. Industries, your mechanical branch, manufacturing, mechatronic, they will not fetch you good jobs, because their contribution to GDP is 21%. Agriculture, of course, is 13.7. We are falling down in agriculture. It's not contributing to our economy. So everybody wants to do management. So they are coming to service sector. The goods, global open licensing is there. You buy goods from outside, start marketing. That's what they are doing. So we see how commercial buildings, if you need, in commercial sector, there is commercial building. They consume 33 billion units. Residential 116 billion unit we is present consumption. If we have all 24 crore housing instead of 8 crore, imagine how much will be the electricity. This energy consumption in commercial building, basically for space cooling and space heating and lighting. This is what it is. Air conditioning account for 31%, lighting in 59%. So we need to focus on lighting. This is what it says, that if we want to conserve energy, this is what is the 2010 scenario, that 659 million square meter was commercial sector. We have to build up by 2030, 66% yet to be built. Imagine so many software companies, software parks, shopping malls, like this, restaurant, hotels, and buildings are coming. So we need energy for all this. This housing sector, the blue is the housing sector, another red is commercial, hospitality, and retail. You see how much it is. Building construction explosion taking place. We have energy conservation building code in place with us. It caters for envelope, lighting, heating, solar water heating, electrical system. It gives us, so national benchmark. Our present building is 180 kilowatt hour. You can find out for your school, green college. How much is your total square meter for all floors divided by your units, some energy unit. How much whether you are in national benchmark 180, so can you make your building ECBC compliant, 110 kilowatt hour per square meter per year. So this is basically applicable to all loads of more than 100 kilowatt or contract demand. So every college is more than this, 100 kilowatt, and building with 500 square meter or more conditioned space. And you don't have to compromise with safety, health, and environment. This is a 5 climate zone we are divided in India. So you can find out which climate zone you are. You can refer to the CPWD reference books also. They are given. They are more efficient. They use all these flash blocks, walls, roof insulation, and high solar reflective index paints, vegetated roof. You will find green roofs, and light power density is very small, less than 1 watt per square feet. So this is the impact. We all know that will reduce electricity bill, CO2 emissions, and one fact that we have so many standard in India. So you can this is another exercise which can be taken up by students. What are the parameters? This green building, Indian Green Building Council, like is run by CII on the line of US Green Building. We have Graha Green Rating for Integrated Habitat Assessment by TERI. It's approved by Ministry of New and Renewable Energy. We have ECBC by Bureau of Energy Efficiency. Then we have LEED by US Green Building. All multinational, they are getting LEED rated. Then we have Adarsh, Association for Development and Research on Sustainable Habitat by TERI and MNRE. Anybody having 2500 square meter of plot, it can register for Adarsh. Their consultant will tell you how to make a sustainable and green building for you. Lighting load is 17%, again 7% in the developed world. That's why there's so much of fuss on LED lighting, this lighting and that. Is what they are doing. So this building will consume is presently trained is 40% of worldwide energy and 21% of CO2 emission. So this is what you see, that ECBC compliant energy conservation building code will consume 121 against conventional. You can have these windows is one of the things that given smart windows today. You have control on heat and light both. You want window to give you 70% of the heat, 30% of the light, or vice versa, 30% of heat, 70%. That glass is available. That is called intelligent glass, depending on your location, climate. Their lighting and labeling and super efficient equipment program. They are more efficient than we have 5-star rated fan. The super efficient fan which are already launched in worldwide, not in India. This program has been initiated by Bureau of Energy Efficiency. So in that will further save energy. So this is what is a confusion where to go. The children making the competition, this painting competition, one of the painting that where to go. So everything is looking attractive. Nuclear, biomass, the question mark. The new architecture is emerging. We see what is that. We have to have cleaner coal, nuclear power. This CCS is carbon capture and storage in power. Today in Arizona, USA, what they are doing, they are capturing from open mines carbon dioxide and methane, and they are pumping back to crevices inside the rocks. What will happen? It will shrink the geological period. It takes million years to increase the carbon content. It's a peat, lignite, bitumen, anthracite, then diamond. This is the cycle of carbon. It gets more temperature, more heat, it becomes diamond, your carbon, allotropic form. The same thing happens that carbon capture, if we have open mines, so many in India, those CO2 and methane can be captured and that can be pumped back to earth's crust so that it improves the carbon value. The biotic waste is there. It's already old plants, they are getting converted into coal and all those fossil fuels. This is what they are doing. We have to have efficient buildings, fuel economy, electrical vehicle, biofuels. All these things we'll see very cursorily in next few slides. This is law of thermodynamics that entropy is always increasing Q by T. Irreversible process, all process, except for water cycle and all that we cannot see. And 43% is wasted energy. See how heat is converted to work, and in that bargain you are transferring heat to the environment. The entropy is increasing. We have seen intensity is very high. This is the potential we all have. Domestic and commercial 20%, transport 20%. This available potential to us. You have innovative methods on this. You can see worldwide what case studies have been done other places, like you can replicate. This should not be the case. We don't have to seek such dishwater. That you have dogs, they will don't need water, don't need electricity, anything. So your all dishes are dishes are clean. Like simple example of voltage stabilizer, see it consumes about 0.4 unit. You have 10 million AC in India. They're unnecessary because we have a tendency to switch off from remote. Your air conditioners or not. So this is how much power, 20 million unit per day. And we have a target of 1 kilowatt hour, merit good in National Rural Electrification Program, Rajiv Gandhi Vidyutikaran. 20 million houses you can give electricity. Just mere your stabilizers we should have. If you don't do that. Similarly, your inverter. This happens to your inverter that everybody has inverter. You are not using for the whole day, but it is consuming electricity. For charging, discharging, charging. Those are the biggest. So you have to, this is what we have already spoken, that you have to see resource allocation, whether you have to go for renewable or fossil fuel, efficient conservation for air, soil, water, biosphere, hydrosphere, lithosphere, alternate energy. Industrial sector, of course, my next lecture is on tomorrow, so I'll cover more on this. That is types of you know technology. So renewable energy, as I told you, is today world has got 18%. So already we have a target from 15% to 30%. Next 10 years, the world, India is 12% out of 29,000 megawatt. Now we quickly look at what is happening around solar, wind, water, and other things. This hydropower, you have a lot of you, though it is a multi-purpose project, you move a lot of biodiversity. A lot of people are displaced, so there are reservations on this. So there are small hydro plants are more recommended, that you have mini hydropower plants rather than large, though impact studies are done. It's not moving yet. Next slide. It's not coming. Yeah, this is the this is the carbon footprint of various things. Many people have myth that solar, wind do not have any CO2 footprint. When you are manufacturing those blades, their blades are 50 meter. What is this? Your fan blade is just 60 centimeter, 2 feet. That is 160 feet blade on one side. See 2 pi r. One side blade. It's like this. It's moving, huge, and the height is 80 meter. How will you carry them? How will you manufacture them? They need rare earth metal for their blades. So that wind is requiring 29 in Japan, getting most efficiency. Wind is 29 grams of CO2 when they generate 1 kilowatt hour. Even solar photovoltaic requires 53 grams of CO2 it releases during its monocrystalline and multicrystalline manufacture. Similarly, hydro accounts for 11 grams. So it's a clean energy. You see the huge blade. In India, we have 21,134 megawatt as on 31st March, and it's the fifth largest installed capacity in the world. 8.5% of installed capacity we have in India out of total renewable energy, and 1.6% country power is contributed by this. It's highly sensitive. 80 to 120 meter is the range of towers. Can you believe 100 meter tower? Huge tower. And the study says we can get up to 5 lakh megawatt if we go for a 100 meter tower and more than 80 meter hub height and more than 50 meter blade size. We can have 5 lakh megawatt from wind. China leads the field with 91,000 megawatt installed capacity today. USA 61,000. Like this, we have the last 5 years. China has achieved 24-fold increase. Why I am taking China? Because they have understood energy. They are our neighbor. So he has 24-fold increase in last 5 years wind energy. Just 25% load factor. These are in USA. 500,000 birds are killed each year while generating 61,000. These are the environmental concerns. See the raptors, hawks, eagles, falcons, they get killed in those blades. So those concerns are there. Now this is another very attractive option, offshore wind turbine. You see this. Every country has been given 200 economic exclusive zone miles, 200 nautical miles of. So we have from three sides: Arabian Sea, Indian Ocean, Bay of Bengal. We have 200 kilometers. You can create anything there. There is no huge land requirement, no animal killing, no foreign clearance, no environmental clearance. You have sea, and there we can have this. It's not coming. So this offshore wind turbine, the government has sanctioned 1 megawatt project in that Rameshwaram, where Vivekananda Memorial. So what happened is, this when we have offshore wind, so are all. I went to one presentation in defense. There, your naval regiments and all, they can meet their requirements there because they are navigating the sea. The coastal guard, coast guard, they can meet their requirement of power through. this wind, tidal, geothermal, all those because they are located very near to and they have huge piece of land. They don't have to ask anything. So this offshore wind is one of the option for them. Coming, the 6,000 megawatt we have potential. Now imagine that UK has 3,300 megawatt wind capacity offshore, more than the rest of the world combined. They have taken it hugely because their navy is very strong. Recently, the Global Wind Energy Council and Indian government has launched a program for to develop this in the state of Gujarat and Tamil Nadu. So wind capacity has to be hybrid because wind is not always the wind speed potential. There is some, if you see that meteorological lab, not all the places wind is available, and there has to be some potential, say 1.6 kilowatt, 160 watt per square meter if available through those blades. You can convert mechanical energy into electrical, then only they are viable. So there are suggestions that we need to have hybrid with this wind. Now we come to photovoltaic solar. Simple, everybody know the DC is generated, DC is given to the battery. Battery is then converted into AC through inverter. That AC gives to our house. There is a very flagship program of Government of India, Jawaharlal Nehru Solar Mission, 20,000 plus 2,000 megawatt of grid. By 2022, we have to generate, and there will be 20 million square kilometer of solar collector to be installed in this program. So we have huge 35. This is Rajasthan people maybe knowing the that 35,000 square kilometer of Thar desert has been set aside for generating power to the extent of 700 to 2100 gigawatt, 700 megawatt to 2100 megawatt. So India has the largest potential, with 5,000 trillion kilowatt hour per year. We see that 300 clear sunny days are available. The daily average incident over India is 4 to 7 kilowatt hour per square meter. If you have a rooftop, just work out how much energy you can generate with it. In solar power, the Gujarat leads with 214 megawatt was commissioned. Then other projects are there. You can seek and Google. You'll have a lot of things coming up various places. This talk about that solar is 20%. You see that a thermal power plant with 70% load factor gives you 306 gigawatt per hour, gigawatt hour, while solar will give you only 87.6, roughly 25%. So the plant load factor, but this is sustainable. That's why we are doing it. This is the workshop. All your halls can be like this. See, all solar PV. This building is generating 54 kilowatt. Imagine this. We can have this kind of focus. We have to develop materials that can hold IS 456 is there 2000 AD. That you should not compromise with that. Safety is first here, but you can have the solar PV where no load bearing things are there. You see that this you have visited Chandigarh. Most of the your shopping mall building can be like this. You don't leave a single space. I say in my lecture that don't leave a single space where you don't collect rainwater and you don't get collect sunlight. Don't leave a single space. No chanja, no lintel, no arches, no window, and no roof. Keep everything. This is what these tiles are coming up. All tiles, solar, tailored. The concentrating solar power is becoming very effective. It's thousand-fold is more attractive. Means energy gives you more energy. So these systems are coming up in India. It can boost fossil fuel power hybrid system. What they are doing, that water is preheated, so delta T is reduced. Your delta T, you have heated to some degree, 70, 80 degrees, then given it to for steam turbine. So the fuel consumption is steam turbine. You have solar water heaters at each home. It should be there. We see how sustainable it is. Roof tiles. See that how the wasteland has been utilized for solar generation. The life is 20 years. If you are not growing anything, you can always have these kind of things. You see Brahma Kumari Ashram. They are 10,000 people daily. They take their meal from this. These are the how their parabolic reflectors are there and they are generating hot water, cooking meal. These are another technology. See, the people who cannot bring their monkey nuisance, animal, rat nuisance, what they can do, they can cook inside. See, this parabolic reflector, they are reflecting sun heat inside the window, and those they are cooking. The swimming pool preheating, you can have this solar PV beautifully placed. These are PV model for any school like Chandigarh. All the schools will have minimum 10 kilowatt. All school, government school, all government building will have solar rooftop. This is one such example. This is Delhi Moria Hotel. They are cooking majority of their meals through this solar, hot water system. Bihar's government has given subsidy 1.25 lakh to each school for every kilowatt. This model can be initiated. See, one solar water heater, you are avoiding 22,400 units. Imagine. If you are using 100-liter solar water heater, worth in the market is available at 17,000. 5,000 is subsidy by all government, whether you are in state, Rajasthan, Punjab, Haryana, wherever is 5 to 7,000. Thereafter, the life is about 15 years. So it's viable. You buy that in say 12,000 rupees, and every year you save 22,400 units of electricity at the rate of rupees 5. You have got back your money. You have got back. Same is free after that. Even if you have problems like there are cloudy monsoon, you can preheat. Just put that solar water heater water connection to inside the heat your geyser. Your delta T is reduced, so you are heating for lesser hours. Your geyser will trip immediately after say 15 minutes. You have 20 liters geyser. 50 liters. This is the St. Joseph Anglo-Indian Girls Higher Secondary School where the 5 kilowatt hour power solar power was funded by parents. Imagine parent teacher association. They said, okay, we want this school to be sustainable. So everybody funded, and then 50% of that will be refunded by Union Ministry of New and Renewable. See, these are the models, innovative models. You can go to your own schools, college. You give this idea to your management. Say this is number of schools. This I have included because I gave presentation to one of the board. So we have total school C. So many schools in India, and if we each school install a 10 kilowatt peak solar PV panel, minimum 100 square meter is always there in the school, 10th up to higher secondary. So see, so much of like 200 megawatt in only in Punjab can be generated through schools. Those space is available. No clearance is required from anybody. There is no cooling tower on top. It's only water tank. That it's not a commercial building. This is what I am talking about. Paper qualified versus barefooted. These 6 to 10 years of schooling children, they are maintaining all village community solar power, all PV. They go barefoot in Ladakh, Kashmir, because they know there is no electricity. Ladakh also there is no. It's now they have started one electricity generating. Otherwise, it was all generators, huge generators. They were giving electricity to Ladakh. Himachal Pradesh, Lahore, Spiti. You know, there are two districts in Himachal Pradesh out of 26, Lahore, Spiti, and Kinnaur. They are cold climate. The rest is composite climate. Champaran, Bihar, Madhya Pradesh, Jhabua, all these places, far-reaching, far-flung area. They are barefoot. They are not BTech, MTech. So India lives in villages. Why I taken this slide from National Sample Survey? See, the number of villages 1.45 lakh are in the population size 500 to 99 people, 999 people. A family is of 5 people. So there are 100 houses. Similarly, 1.3 lakh villages are 100 to 19 means only divide by 5, 20 to 100 houses. Why can't we give a small solar PV? This big will light their one LED of 5 watt. At least they can see light in their house. It's just 5 watt, and that does not cost much. These solutions are required in villages. You see, if we see these data, nobody is seeing these places. There are only 100 houses. You see that there are 200 to 499 people. So 200 people means divided by 5, 40 houses and 1.28 lakh villages. You can always give them electricity. We have geothermal power. The study has been done by Geological Survey of India. Potential is 10,000 megawatt. Target is 22,000 megawatt by 2020. This research also can be taken up if there are, near Himalayan territories that patch. In Leh, they have initiated a project by IIT Bombay and Hill Development Council. This, IIT, they are taking lead in research in Leh because they have a lot of potential for geothermal. This is what you have. Everybody knows that Sial, Sima, and all. You have hot water inside. There are hundreds of springs. We have Manikaran. You know that uh, Tatta Pani is called. They are cooking rice every day. That steam, low pressure steam is available. If you can somehow, substantially add to that, you can create power also. There are other systems. In houses, in many countries, the houses have got their, requirement of energy met through geothermal. It is geothermal solve given because water, like in Leh and Ladakh, cold climate, you have to lay pipeline roughly 4 to 5 feet below the ground, so that temperature remains same all the time. But if you go 10 meter deep, it's all hot. You have gases. Then tidal power, we have a coastline of 7,517 kilometers. So you can use this tidal power. It's given west coast. The Gulf of Cambay is 7,000 megawatt potential. This has been assessed. Gulf of Kutch 1200 megawatt, and then east coast we have Sundarban 100 megawatt potential. So this is what tidal power. We have a target of 2000 megawatt by 2020. No dam, no problem of the problem is of corrosion. So they are using some different kind of material for this for sea. So these are one country they have done, Spain, that series of their generators. Biomass, of course, biomass the biggest thing I will touch up because this everybody know, ethanol and biogas. Now what happens? The Brazil is a country which has tested their all vehicle for 93% of ethanol blended. Here what is happening? No oil company, no vehicle manufacturer wants to take up the lead. Vehicle manufacturers, car and two-wheeler says we cannot adopt to this blending. Today we have only 5% ethanol blending, that too in 14 cities in the country. I told you 5810 town, 5,000 plus town. But only because the oil companies, all your IOC, HPCL, BPCL, their refineries, they have to, take up these for more blending. When Brazil can do it, 93% blending, they are 50% blending, they are already operating their vehicle. Their biodiesel, their what is the problem in India? You will not find it anywhere. The problem is liquor manufacturing. The liquor manufacturers want ethanol, alcohol, C2H5OH, ready made. So their liquor is made immediately. So they said there is a more demand of liquor in the country. So the ethanol is not given to them for blend. Imagine what is there in our. Similarly, biodiesel. The previous president of India had told that we have huge wasteland where jatropha can be grown. Jatropha is for biodiesel. So that has not picked up because we do not have one common energy ministry who can take up vehicle manufacturers. You adopt to changes in your carburetor and exhaust system, to oil refineries to blend your oil with this. So we can learn from Brazil all those things. You see this Brazil ethanol based, they are giving this world leader. Only these some of the issues, large fuel tank, large drive, lower driving range. These are these be adjusted. There's no problem. So electric vehicle, the poorest technology in the world where research has not taken place, though a lot of research is going on, is battery. We will always be in problem. So that's why electrical vehicle is not taken. This is the issue. So conclusion that hybrid vehicles with ethanol, biodiesel, we should there. Reliance on nuclear power plant, I have not touched this issue. Only told you that we have one of the first 10 largest thorium reserve, monazite sand in Kerala and so many other places where we can generate nuclear power. We already are evolved Bureau of Energy Efficiency, Ministry of Power, energy efficient processes. So this is a recommendation to government: create an investment climate of confidence, unlock the incredible potential of energy efficiency. Like same thing what United Nations has said. This is what is coming here. accelerate innovation and public research development. Even your colleges can tie up with industrial manufacture hub. They will fund you this program. Student will be given stipend. They will spend their time, after college, they will spend time searching on Google what technology is using, how they can get those material. They can create small prototype models here in your college institution. That is a great thing. That's why research, we are not getting ranking in international, even IIT, because research is very poor. We are not, making thrust on this. This is choose your future, how green habitat you are, and this sustainable development is right side, lower global temperature. So Gandhiji said, be the change, not the climate change. Okay, you want to see in the world. And last, we have very, for our all out session, the best slide I am prepared today. Thank you. Everybody is waiting for that. This is the best slide, I think everybody will say. Any question from anybody? So it would be my pleasure. Others is, it covers for buildings up to 2500 square meter. It can be a house, your own house. It can be commercial building. There is a fee. You go to other site on terry.nic.in, or this site is available. You have to register your project. You give your land detail, south facing, this facing, your dimensions of the plot, and then they will ask you to deposit some fees, some allotment number, and then they will send somebody to your plot, and there you will given all guidance for sustainable habitat, how you can make your house sustainable. This is what it is. We have 5 climate zone in the country. Every climate zone there is a technology. Suppose cold climate, you see that Lahore Spiti, there is a monastery, Buddha monastery. For 1000 years they are living there without light and without electricity. Imagine. Their building is like this. In winter, it is a desert. Winter desert. There is no tree, nothing. They are living, still living. I was reading one report from Rajasthan that these so many hundreds of villages are unlivable. But their people are living for the last 200 years. How they can live? Even 1 inches of water they don't waste. That too they collect. This is a great thing. Imagine the old ancient technology. We are learning from West. Why? We already have so many monasteries without heating, without cooling. They are surviving in this harsh environment. Why can't we take those focus? You see, Rajasthan, so many beautiful heritage buildings they have converted into hotels. That should have been, course for architect students. Go and do research. How this pergola, how this balcony, how we are increasing the thermal mass. If we increase by bricks followed by paper followed by thermocol, how much heat penetration will be there? Why can't we do that? I have visited Golconda Fort in, Hyderabad. It is about 100 meters. If I am doing just small vibrations here, like this, yes. It is like this, acoustic design. We have so much of mass. You just, do your pant like this. So it will be vibration of the longitudinal waves you can hear. Any questions from outside? There are people outside.
कैसे यूज किया जाता है सर इंडिया के अंदर टाइडल एनर्जी को यूटिलाइजेशन कहाँ किया जा रहा है इनके प्लांट्स कहाँ पे लगा रखे हैं कौन से एरियाज में और कैसे यूज किया जा रहा है
हाँ जी सर, कैन यू रिपीट योर क्वेश्चन?
हाँ सर, टाइडल एनर्जी का इंडिया के अंदर कहाँ पे यूज किया जा रहा है और कैसे यूज किया जा रहा है?
मैंने आपको बताया कि एक टाइडल के ऊपर गल्फ ऑफ कम्बेट और गल्फ ऑफ मन्नात, यहाँ पर ये गुजरात की 2 गल्फ हैं, वहाँ पर पोटेंशियल आइडेंटिफाइड है, ये आपको बताया। उधर पे एक यूरोपियन यूनियन की के साथ टाई अप किया हुआ है इन्होंने, और एटलांटिस कंपनी है यूएसए की, जिसके साथ 25 करोड़ रुपए का प्रोजेक्ट सैंक्शन किया गया है। पहले ये गुजरात गवर्नमेंट ने एक प्रोजेक्ट सैंक्शन किया था जिसमें पावर पड़ रही थी 20 से 25 रुपए के बीच में। फिर 2009 में ये प्रोजेक्ट शेल्फ कर दिया गया गुजरात गवर्नमेंट ने। उसके बाद जब एटलांटिस कंपनी यूएसए की आई तो उन्होंने इसके लिए एक उन्हें बताया कि ये अभी ये वायबल पड़ेगा 10 से 12 रुपए में, 10 to 12 रुपीज। तो दिस प्रोजेक्ट इज बीइंग इंस्टॉल्ड देयर, और एक आप गूगल में सर्च कर सकते हैं, इट इज नियर मांडवा in Gujarat. There is one village where you are having one small prototype project by MNRE, Ministry of New and Renewable Energy. I saw it yesterday in the Google, that this project, because it has not taken shape immediately, but this potential has been identified.
So how much capacity of this plant, and गवर्नमेंट इसको गवर्नमेंट सेक्टर के अंडर में है या ये प्राइवेट सेक्टर के अंडर में है?
नहीं, see, MNRE is now making a prototype with the help of Atlantis. You can search on Google. Atlantis is a company making worldwide, making this tidal. So what will happen? They'll make a prototype. Then this potential which they have identified, government, Gulf of Cambay and Gulf of Kutch, 1200 megawatt, 7000, and the Sundarban Delta 100 megawatt, that will be seen. We are still on that stage. These are the technology available to us for the years to come. I told you we have 40 years of oil, we have 100 years of coal, but we have restriction on environmental front. We cannot have CO2, GHG emissions. So we have no choice but to do research, prototypes, case studies on all this. So that commitment will come.
बट सर इसके लॉसेस तो बहुत है, बिकॉज सुनामी जैसा यदि कोई तूफान आ जाए तो टाइडल एनर्जी का सारा जितना भी प्लांट है वो destroy हो जाएगा।
Today we are having wind turbines giving us 20%. Today we have solar which is not more than 18% plant efficiency. So why can't we tolerate this? Let there be tsunami. There are issues on this front. Their anchoring arrangements are there. If you see in the net, there is a plant, I think, in Spain, and it has been anchored 100 meters below the sea. It has been anchored with the sea bed. That technology is required. Like something like the earthquake resistance building, we are having huge building, earthquake resistance. They are having springs, they are having helical coils on the foundations. So these technologies, the plant load factor, even if it is 15%, this is viable. In solar, we have evolved from 13-14% to 20% now. In wind, we have gone to 33% from 20, 25, 33%. So this is viable. Anything that is coming, and it is very clean energy.
Thank you very much, sir. I am so satisfied.
Welcome. I hope that you do some research on this.
Okay. Definitely, sir. Definitely.
Yeah, you encourage students that they take up some issues on tidal energy. Let them search some project report. At least they will study. Forward it to all other colleges nearby. Okay.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
No. We have a 400 kV grid, 400,000 volt. That is one national grid. When Yes, 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 stabilizer. 110 volt. 110. No, 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 no. Those times the issues were different. We had evolved this 220 volt, and they went for 110 volt. Many countries they have 220 volt.
Hello.
No, no, no. This is voltage. This is pressure, electron. They need from two terminals. You are from mechanical or side? Biology background. You are talking about neurons. They need more energy. Anyone else? Any question? I thought a lot of
Hello.
people will ask so many things. There's sustainable development. Everybody is interested. Let there be queries.
Hello.
The nodal center from DPR, Udaipur. Any question?
Hello. Hello.
India Mobile Connected College.
हेलो क्वेश्चन मैम
हाँ जी प्लीज, हाँ जी प्लीज पूछिए क्वेश्चन. No question. Okay, then we move to Manohar Engineering College
Hello. Hello. Hello.
or College of Engineering and Technology.
Hello.
Gitanjali Institute of Technology. हाँ जी.